Hello.
Trash X666 subscribed to your channel for 7 months.
Hello. Hello.
Profserine subscribed to your channel for 7 months.
Hello? You have 30 seconds for the hype train, by the way. Hello? There it is. Fuck off me. Thank you for the 7 months. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello.
Funk
hello.
Off Me subscribed to your channel
Thank
for
you for the
7 months.
Funk Off Me. Thank you for the 7 months. And thanks for the hype train, guys. Hello, Rosegaro. Hello, Kindly Living. Thank you for the 110 stream streak. Momo, please don't jump on top of my PlayStation. Jesus Christ. Mic is incredibly low. Very low. That's crazy. I don't know
Anonymous
what the problem...
gifted 1 subscription.
Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub. I'll fix it in a moment. I'm trying to talk to everybody right now. I don't know what that could possibly be, but thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not that the music is low, that my mic is low, the music was loud. I'm gonna turn that down. But also my mic is not showing as... Yeah, we're playing Minecraft today. Soren, thank you for the 7 months. Trash, thank you for the 7 months as well. Look at all these 7-monthers. Hello, Drenna. Ashley, thank you for the 125 stream streak. Hello, Jose. Actually, wait. I'm seeing activity feed from yesterday. My bad. Sorry. 7 months anniversary, pals. Everyone's on 7 months. Yeah. What a fun time. I see that my microphone is going into OBS quieter than it normally does. And like, I don't know why that is, because it sounds the same volume in my ears. Wait, what the fuck? Spotify said can't play this content. Exclusive mode is on. So this content won't play. Turn it off in settings to keep listening. What the fuck is exclusive mode?
Hello.
Is Spotify gonna start pausing music when it detects microphone input? Are you shitting me? It does that with Discord currently, but I'm not in Discord. It sounds the same. Okay, I'll probably just keep it. Probably just not fuck with it then. What the fuck? Dude, if Spotify is gonna start doing this, this is like... This is terrible. What the fuck? What the fuck? Listening activity. Video display. Where is exclusive mode? Explicit content allowed. I don't fucking know. Let me hit play on the song again. And the song just doesn't play. We gotta Google this shit. Can't play the current song. What about this song? From the same artist. This will be the craziest shit ever. You're maxed out right now? Okay. This is beautiful stuff then. I'm really glad to be doing this right now. Okay. We're off to a great start, guys. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hype train. Microphones all the way up. Mic setup. Ah! Exclusive mode is involved for DAX. I'm not sure what to do with mics. Oh god, what the fuck? What? Okay, I don't think I need to increase the gain, because, like, if I just do this, it's not going up. It's just crunching the fuck out of it. It's the actual it going into OBS. God, it is so quiet. I see it. I have to fucking shout up here for it to be where it normally is. That's gonna be a problem with my output, which is gonna be my compressor is the last thing in the chain for my output. Yeah, I'm sure I sound fine. It's just not as loud as it normally is. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. So that's a little bit louder. That's a little bit louder, but it's still being fucking... Thank you for the hype train, guys. Wait, what is Tubbo's Realm Sim RPG? Is that another thing? Is that another thing? Mic, monitor, headphones, voice chat. That's not voice chat. Hello, hello, hello. This is fucking strange. The second drop. Oh, I have to see if I have my fucking cape. What's happening with this? This is probably, oh, whoa. Whoa. Whoa! Whoa. That's a lot fucking, that's way too hot. That's way too hot. That's way too hot. Oh! Oh. Yeah, well, it's definitely loud. It's this perceived loudness louder, but it's not actually. I can show you what I'm talking about. I can show you what I'm talking about. I can show you what I'm talking about, because I'm not crazy, and you guys aren't either. I am quieter than usual. You guys do know my stream better than me, because I'm not the one watching it. I'm the one doing it. All right, you guys ready to see OBS? This is what I see right now. Okay. Okay. This is what we're looking at right here. This right here. When I talk, this is normally like here. Like I have my settings to go. My mic should be going all the way up to the red, not into the red, but up to the red. Infinite Camerons, I know. But it should be like going into here and then just like, but it's not like if I'm just talking at a normal fucking volume, I lowered my cortisol and it nerfed your volume. I know, because like, look, this is my normal talking voice and it's like not, I need it just up here, but I need like up here, but it's for some reason, it's just not doing that. I wonder if there's like a limiter on. The camception. It's a skin pack. Thanks for... I really want... Hey, raise your hand if you want Tubbo's skin pack. Anybody want Tubbo's skin pack? I know I do. Who is Tubbo? He's like one of the biggest Minecraft streamers of all time. I had to be told this at TwitchCon after he stood there in my face, and I had no idea who the fuck he was. It was very funny. I'm smoking that Tubbo skin pack. I'll take it to go, please. I'll take the Tubbo skin pack to go. Okay, and look, why is there a gain filter on my OBS? What if I turn that off and now I'm like all the way down here? Okay, hey, we're on to something. And then I turn that back on and I'm all the way up here. What if I just fucking go up back up here? What if we just fucking go up here? There we go. Now I'm all right, we're good. All right, there we go. You guys are gonna enjoy that. I'm back to normal. You go really loud, it doesn't peak. My starter died? Well, you're fucking cooked, buddy. I only know 3 streamers, me, JoJo, and Sailor. Alright, I know about him, that's because I know way too much internet history. Yeah, I don't know much. I don't know much. I'm Unk and Chopped. Alright. Let's, waiting for a tow? Why are you getting towed, Gudic? Did you get into a car accident? Hey, listen, if I get 1,000 subs, I'll give Gudic my Lamborghini. I'm funny, guys, right? It's a funny joke, right? Why is my vertical shit's a little off, but it's whatever. All right. Is it time to craft and mine? We got bingo on, by the way, so get your cards. And we'll hop into the mine and the craft. You gotta join the call with JoJo too. Hello? Hello? Oh my god. Oh my god. I hear myself through your mic on Discord. Oh god. Minecraft? What's that supposed to mean, Miss Hart? What's that supposed to mean? You don't like Minecraft? I'm waiting. The stage is yours. Oh, it's Akari? Oh, okay. I was like, who the fuck is capping on my craft? Hey. No, yeah, not Miss World. What up, Lemon? What up? Chicken Jackie! Alright, let's see if JoJo's stuff is fixed now. Me, man, you know I tried. Hello?
Yeah.
We're good. We're good.
That would be Nick's fault because he had to reset all of the audio devices on my PC and then he didn't put them back. So.
Oh, yeah, I probably was sending an audio channel that had
it was set to my stream mix. Discord was. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before. I've done that before.
You can't hear Cam. Hold on.
Why? Oh my fucking god, guys.
Oh, here, I got it. It's just this one button. There you go. Okay. You should be able to hear Cam now. It's because it wasn't set to the right channel.
Yeah, figure it out.
I don't need to figure it out. I know exactly how it works. I just gotta figure out what the problem is.
Oh, I know. Chat's gotta figure it out. You know what you're doing. Chat's gotta stop complaining.
Yeah. Should be good now.
Yes, it's Air Girl. That does count. I didn't realize that was on
I sent you a chart.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. The sharded chat. Oh, did you like send me like a...
Yeah, just a dashboard one, not a link.
Oh my fucking god!
You don't have your dashboard open?
No, I don't see my dashboard open. What is it gonna tell me? Fucking nobody loves me and God is gonna send me to hell?
It has like channel point redeems and the ability to snooze ads. It has like literally everything.
I can snooze my ads from my little chat reader on OBS, and I don't need to see my channel.
The problem is that you use OBS chat. That would be your problem.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, 3-year mod anniversary. That's crazy. JoJo says Bree wants to collaborate.
Yes.
Notify my followers. Do you think that actually does anything? I've never seen that work for anybody.
I don't know, actually. No idea.
I think I'm going to hell.
Oh, well.
Let's see. Can someone ask the big man upstairs if I'm going to hell? Also, say hello to the shared chat, guys.
Hello, Shart. Oh, are you in the house? I didn't log in yet.
I am in the house. I am.
I'm gonna turn my Resident Evil music off.
He said I can go to heaven if I play Luigi's Mansion. That's crazy.
What were we doing last time?
I finished my sugarcane farm.
Yeah.
And I was, you know, that's why I made my title Infinite Money and Power, because that's what the sugarcane farm enables me to do.
I see. Brother, we have 2 stacks of diamonds.
I know. Because I mined them.
You didn't mind all of them? I got like 40 or something myself.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot about your contributions. Oh, fuck. I alt-tabbed. I'm so dumb. Can't do that in Minecraft.
Yeah.
What an idiot! Idiot!
There's pillagers.
Oh, are we getting raided right now?
We're getting raided right now. They're gonna stomp on our fucking crops too, these fucking idiots. I don't have a bow.
Not to brag, but how many diamonds you have? Let's just say I have that plus infinity. Alright, well. I have more than that.
Look at them just trying to cross the fucking water.
You guys can't even fucking swim! Come here! Look at you little cowards. I wonder which stream they're coming from. These are InSim raiders.
Can they even, like, get over here? Can pillagers not swim, like, distances?
Maybe they're just threatening us. What's this fucking cape I have on? Jesus.
Oh, I don't know. I never did the thing to put my cape on.
Pillagers are just sitting there. I ain't.
Oh, they're moving now. Now they're moving.
You know, I'll deal with the fucking pancake cape for now.
Why you have pancake on?
Cause I was just pressing fucking buttons when we were at TwitchCon to try and get mine to show up.
Mm.
All right. I need to finish. Oh, we should sleep.
I guess, yeah.
And then, can finish the construction of the outer shell of my farm. Streamer, where are my drops? Dude, I didn't even know there were fucking drops on Minecraft right now.
Are there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
the same drops that were there when we were at fucking TwitchCon. I keep trying to call it Minecon.
It's basically what it was.
Basically fucking was. I need more wood though.
ITSA Feckin' Bear subscribed to your channel for 20 months.
Thank you, ITSA Feckin' Bear, for 20 months. That's a long time. Oh, that's JoJo's chest? Cam's chest? Your chest has some cooler stuff in it than mine. TSA Feckin' Bear. I shaved my dogs? Like your toes?
I don't think they're gonna make it.
Oh, the pillagers?
Yeah, like I don't know, they're getting somewhere, but it's not over here.
Oh.
So half of them are over towards this little baby island, and half of them are still over there by the mainland.
Hogans_knows_best subscribed to your channel for 17 months.
Thank you, Hogans__knows_best. I have like 6 arrows. You think I can shoot him with 6 arrows?
I mean, you can shoot them with 6 arrows. I just don't know if they'll die with 6 arrows.
Okay. If I started taking like a tax out of your chest every time I walk by it, would that be okay? Just start stealing things.
I only have like boots in there.
Boots and cats. Oh, okay, I hit him. Hit him again. Hit him again. He's dead.
Okay, one's dead.
Yeah, I have 1 more arrow left.
Probably should have aimed for the ones that actually have weapons and not the guy holding the flag.
That guy had a weapon. I don't even see the flag guy.
The flag guy is the one that you killed.
No way. Well, that you take out their leader first, then they become more disorganized. You've clearly never fucking seen Sun Tzu's Art of War. Ow, fuck.
He got you.
Sun Tzu spoke of this. Ow. Ow. Alright, he's dead
Murdered.
as fuck. Firework propelled orbital Labubu missile. Incoming Labubu missile.
Yeah.
Hogons knows best. Alright. I need wood.
Well, we have a bajillion trees that have regrown. If there's no wood in the chest.
Let's see.
There's wood in the
raw
chest.
fear. Oh, there we go. That says raw wood. Raw wood moves me, mining all of my ores. The one and only Labubu missile. Hello, Zox.
Wow. Hopla, thank you for the streak. Wow. Wow.
I took my cat to the doctor today. They said he was very good. They said he had some nice lean muscle. I said, yeah, he's kind of an athlete. Thank you. Thank you. And you're renting to Cameron Wears Hats live. No. I just didn't like how my hair looked today. So I put on my hat. Jojo and I got a lot of free hats.
We did get a lot of free hats.
That's actually all you get for being a Twitch partner, is a hat and the shittiest water bottle you could probably ever fucking come
The
across
hats are a
in your
different
life.
color and shape every year. It's crazy.
Yeah, at least I didn't get a fuck-ass visor, bro. I probably would have killed myself if I fucking flew all the way to Europe and all I got was a
Yeah.
fucking visor, like I'm about to go play goddamn pickleball with
Yeah,
my
the
fucking
visors,
wife
the
that I cheated
visors
on.
were from 2024.
That's
yeah.
absurd, dude.
Yeah. And then last year
Hey, Jose.
was the bottle. But they engraved our bottles last year.
Yeah, at least
so.
they were engraved. I wear hats, but do you wear wigs? No.
Do you
If I
wear
did,
wigs?
I'd have to tell you when. I just fucking. I may as well uninstall this
Hi,
fucking
Jose.
game. I suck.
You say you're gonna uninstall this game?
I just kept placing down blocks on the wrong spot. Who the fuck is Sean Payton?
More like, who the fuck isn't Sean Payton? Am I right?
You know?
Just kidding. I don't know who Sean Payton
If
is.
I knew who he was and he was like someone who wears many hats and does many things. Oh, NFL coach. Okay, well, that would make
Why
sense.
the fuck would any of us know that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a man. Men know NFL.
That's sexist.
Okay, well, sorry, there's no WFL. They're probably
Just because it's men players doesn't mean women don't like it.
Well, you certainly don't.
I don't like sports not because it's men players, just because the
Men that made you watch it.
sociology of sports fanatics is stupid. They're stupid. Toxic
Okay.
culture.
Okay. My cat is an athlete. He should have known that. That's true. Saints/Broncos coach with a closet full of visors. We shouldn't talk about people's closets. It's Pride Month. Okay, so Listen, whether or not Sean Payton's in the closet is none of our business. Happy Pride. All right? Or all my closeted
See, I
chatters.
feel the opposite. I feel like because it's Pride Month, it's extremely our business.
Okay.
It's the opposite.
Well, now you sound like
Every
the
other
federal
month of the
government.
year, if you want to be gay in the closet, that's your prerogative. But this month,
He was the coach of the New Orleans Saints when they won the Super Bowl finally. I
oh,
didn't
everyone
know.
knows you can't be a saint if you're gay, so that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Caught in a massive cheating scandal? Like what, with his wife or in the game? Does he cheat on his wife or in the game? Or on his
That's
husband? Did he cheat on
That's
his husband?
Husband slop.
Mhm.
Husband slop.
Someone called football husband slop.
I just did.
Oh my god.
That's recurculous.
That's ridiculous. He cheated on his wife with his husband?
Bro, I got a spicy penimus for that one.
There was a Bounty Gate scandal. Okay, what is the Bounty Gate? Targeting players and taking them out of the game. Oh, like he had bounties on taking people out. That's fucked up. It'd be better if he cheated on his wife with his husband.
Why are we talking about football? Like, I couldn't be
Football!
any less interested.
Dude, I asked, okay? What else am I gonna talk about?
I don't know, literally anything else.
We're also talking about gay pride. Happy Pride. Oh, fuck. I just spread lies. Listen, I don't know who else wears visors. If you see somebody wearing a visor out in the wild, no. No one even plays
Golfers wear
golf
visors.
anymore.
Bro, everyone plays golf, except me.
I'll tell you what, I played mini golf the other day.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, this place is called Pop Stroke. Like fucking Pop Smoke. I'm pretty sure it's Tiger Woods' establishment. Okay?
I see.
And I would say I won, but I tied for first place. So I'm pretty good at it.
At mini golf?
Yeah. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke. I kind of played it a lot like you would play a Super Battle Golf, so like I was blowing up my enemies and shooting them, but just in real life. It is an unfortunate name for a fucking golf place. I went to Pop Stroke and had a fucking Pop Stroke.
Well,
Snoop Dogg digitally resurrected Tupac for the new game by Death Row Records. I think I
did
just
hear about
got
that.
fucking some sort of cancerous disease by reading that chat, actually.
no, like that's what happened.
They already made Tupac a hologram back in the Disney. That shit was crazy.
I got you some more.
They just can't let a man rest in peace.
I don't think Tupac's resting or having peace no matter what he's doing.
Why not?
Because he's fucking Tupac, man.
Yeah.
Ain't no peace.
I think he's found peace.
Found peace or was handed peace?
He can have peace.
Yeah.
Found in pieces.
Not during Pride Month.
He said he did it because the game feels like everything Tupac was about. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
So he just like put Tupac in the game?
Yeah, cause he's like, yeah, Tupac would have loved this shit. It's a fighting game like Yakuza? No way!
I mean, I don't know anything about Tupac. Maybe he would have liked it.
Yeah, maybe he would have.
Maybe he really fucked with that shit.
How'd you feel if your visage was put in a video game after you died and not before? Well, I would hope it's not in Visage because that game.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, anything but Visage. Please.
If somebody, honestly, if you took a 3D scan of my feet in my like toes, and you use that as like a scare in a video game, I'd be okay with that.
That's frightening. Yeah, it was at the Summer Games Fest.
They got
That
Tupac the
thing.
game at Summer Games Fest. That's crazy. Does Tupac just have like a skin? Like if you
Did
pre-order
you see the
pre-order
Resident
it?
Evil shit?
I didn't know. I mean, I saw you
They-
talking about it, but I didn't watch the trailer or nothing.
Finally announced the remaster of Code Veronica.
Yeah, I saw that part, but I didn't like watch
Oh, I mean,
nothing.
there's nothing to watch. Like the little bit that
Oh,
they did
okay.
show is not in the original game. So
Oh. Hey, Rat Factory. We got 3 Pac before GTA 6. GTA 6 will be out in no time, man.
yeah. Did you hear about there's something going on called the GTA 6 effect, where every game developer that's making a game in the next like year is either releasing their game before or after November because they don't want to compete with GTA 6.
Yeah, I saw like a meme about it, and it just said like
It's not even a meme, like it's a real
this is
thing. Like
all
majority
the game
of the
releases in
games.
November, and it's
Yeah, there's
just
so
GTA
all the game
6.
releases for this year are coming out in like September, and if they're not coming out in September, they're coming out like February of next year. Like there's like a 6-month gap.
Yeah, but also like there will still be
it's
games
also-
released in November. They'll just be indie games.
Well, right, yeah, but we're talking about like the main
Like
big,
big, like big
people,
AAA
but-
games. That makes sense.
Yeah. But it's also, it's not great because they might not have to compete with GTA 6, but they'll have to compete with every other fucking AAA game that comes out at the same time
Yeah.
as them. So it's like, they're not really helping their case,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Did I ever end up getting ender pearls here? Or did I just like...
We farmed some ender pearls in the nether. I don't know where they went though. They're right
That-
here. I have ender.
Oh, 16 of them. Oh, shit. All right.
And there's one pearl. Yeah.
1 pearl. Okay. Well, do we have like a... We have an enchanting table, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, okay.
There's not a lot of books.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
okay. I'm only level 24.
Can slaughter the cows and see if we can get some more leather. Let me get the wheat.
Oh, sure. Oh my god, I also have to fucking... I gotta get some villagers over here.
Villagers.
That'll be a fucking trek.
When are you gonna finish Resident Evil 3?
Hopefully soon. I started playing Fatal Frame yesterday.
Why?
Why? Because I got a PS2 controller and I wanted to play it, and I didn't want to try Resident Evil 3 again.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Cow, hold still.
The crafting table. Okay. We have enough diamonds for like all the fucking armor in the world.
I have 7 more leather.
Nice.
Well, let me see if I can breed some sheep. Oh, fuck ma.
I'm about to fucking
Why are these all open? You fucking piss lord, go in there.
I'm about to steal some villagers.
Oh?
Kim kidnap them. Yeah. They will never see peace again. All right. I'd say 12 minecart tracks is enough. We got a wheat farm, don't we? Yeah, right here.
There's
Sweet.
wheat in the chest.
I know. I'm just seeing if we have a wheat farm. We'll need it for breeding
Yeah.
villagers.
Need to move that farm over. Because it's still pretty small.
nether portal.
I fucking hate the baby animals. Oh my god.
You can't say that, dude. We were
Hello?
sponsored to play that update.
Oh my god, Tortellini!
Tortellini!
Thank you for the $40.
Hell yeah.
Excuse me?
W Tortellini. What a nice fucking dude.
That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. How have you been? Chronos is on sale right now. Oh, you're so welcome. Angela replied to me today. I think she still needs to message me back some more stuff, but I'll message you after stream and let you know. Oh.
You press that mute.
Yeah.
It muted you. But just,
Oh. Oh, why the fuck is it doing that?
yeah, I don't. To let you know.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah.
What
Hold on.
happened?
Apparently my mute button is muting to stream for some reason.
Oh, I've been
Oh,
able
yeah.
to hear you.
Mute to chat. Here we go. Testing.
All right, I'm about to kidnap this guy. Come here, buddy. A texture pack that makes the game look like Legos? No. Well, I don't want this game to look like Legos. This is legally distinct from Legos. All right. You haven't gotten your drop yet? I don't know, man. Some of them... Oh, didn't Minecraft run out of drops? Can't you, like, no longer get that drop? They ran out of it. I'm pretty sure that happened. Sir,
Yeah,
you gotta...
for the capes, yeah, they ran out.
Yeah, I thought they ran out.
They literally ran out of the builder
Unless
cape.
they, like, refreshed it or something. Sir,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
have to ask you...
Why would it still pop up and say that
They
there were drops
refreshed it.
available?
There we go. Yeah, they refreshed it.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't build my signature boob home. I accidentally made a chicken house. This is so funny. Look on the mini map. Oh, wait, hold on.
Sir?
Chat's in the way. Let me
Sir,
move chat.
sir, get in the minecart. You're under
Look
arrest.
on the mini map in the top right. I accidentally made our house in the shape of a fucking chicken.
Yeah, we got chicken house.
I didn't even notice it, and I finished building the whole house, and Cam was like, the house looks like a fucking chicken. And I was like, oh my god, you're so
It's
right.
a 1-to-1 pixel art of a fucking
It
Minecraft
literally
chicken.
is 1-to-1 pixel art of a fucking chicken, and it was done completely by accident. No, like you can go back in the series, like what, like every Monday, like fucking like 5 weeks ago or some shit. When I was building this house, I literally just drew lines in random directions and then connected them, and it's a
Sir.
chicken.
Get in the fucking minecart.
Crazy. But yeah, I'm kind of proud of it because it just kind of happened. All right, I have 14 beef and 7 leather. I'm gonna cook this up. I'm gonna grab some sugarcane to make some pages. Where the fuck is the sugarcane?
Get in the fucking minecart! No!
Mm.
Yes, 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 yes. All right, he's kidnapped.
Do we have sugarcane in the house, or is it only at your thing?
There's a giant sugarcane, like, normal farm across the...
Oh, never mind.
The
There's some in the
river.
house. I'm just dumb.
I'm not kidnapping.
You're adult napping.
I'm replacing him. I'm redistricting him. I've taken your job.
We're going on a trip.
We're going
Oh.
up. This is a moment.
I need oak wood. Yoicks.
I need Oprah.
Oprah. Did you see Trump have a big baby fit last night?
Oh, when he broke the microphone.
Mm-hmm. He stormed off and was like, "You're stupid," and stepped on the microphone.
Yeah, I would do that too if I had the cognitive ability of a fucking toddler. What a
So
silly
fucking
man.
funny. Boy, that's a boy.
A
Boy's
silly
never
boy.
been told no.
My father gave me a small loan of $1 million.
I need to find some oak wood.
I'm hearing
Oakity oak of
bugs
the
and
oak
shit.
oak. Bugs?
Yeah. That's crazy. All right.
Meow.
I'm moving this guy 12 fucking blocks at a time. Last time I tried rehoming a villager on stream, he jumped into a fucking cliff and killed himself. You remember that?
I remember that, yeah.
It's a good time. Chad, if you remember that, no, you didn't.
Oh my god, it's a shiny chicken.
Chicken jockey. Don't worry, buddy. Where we're going, you won't even need food.
What do I need, like
I'll take care of everything for you.
18? Should be enough. I'm making 3 more bookshelves. That should probably get us to 30 on the thing.
Oh gosh. The bad guys are starting to spawn in.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking decimated by a fucking zombie archer on a fucking horse again. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Or women.
This guy's really got some crazy drip. He's got like some olive branch around his head. He's really dressing. Okay, I got zombies coming to attack my fucking villager right now. This is not good.
Wait, you said? Oh, you're level 24. Yeah, it only goes to like 20 right now, the thing.
Yeah, it's okay. Get away
I can
from
kill
my
more
guy.
cows in the morning. Because it's really just the leather that we're short on.
Oh yeah. We need more cows. I wish we could like shear the cows for their leather.
Shear the skin off of them?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it'll grow back. Just a fucking
I wish we could shear the skin off of our animals. Wait, we have 12 leather in this fucking chest right here.
Oh, there you go.
Well, there you go.
It will grow back. Cows, I'm sure, are very, very good at.
Oh, fuck. Hey, Cam, are you going to play State of Decay 3 when it comes out next year?
Maybe.
What the fuck? You would love State of Decay.
I played the second one a little bit, though. Please be careful, buddy. This big chunky man.
Yes, Cham. Cham, play. I wonder how many players it's going to be. Because it'd be sick if it was actually more than 4. Ah! It's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. I forgot there were zombies
Oh my
for a
gosh.
second.
Okay, you can lay all my stuff, but just don't turn off my mic.
But Dad, I want to turn off your microphone.
He does.
And I want to turn it off.
He loves
Let
to
me
rub
just
his
press
face
it.
on the fucking enter key of my number pad and just start
Hello,
typing
Creeper.
shit.
No, Creeper, please. Oh, is that free chicken dinner? It sure fucking is. Creeper walked up to me while I was hitting a tree and there was a chicken next to me. I ran away and the chicken did not, and the chicken is dead.
Oh my god.
Free chicken meat. Yum.
It cooked it?
No, it didn't. It didn't cook it, but it definitely killed the chicken, so it was kind of funny. Sick. You left a villager in this minecart over here?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to sleep, so he doesn't.
Okay, I'm
be
coming
killed by
back. I was about
zombies.
to say, I saved his ass because there was a creeper right next to him.
Yeah, I killed the zombies that were on him and ran away, so he didn't get
Yeah, I was just grabbing some
sniped.
wood. I'm coming.
Some wood.
Wood.
Okay. Phil, if you want to lay down right here, you gotta just pick a spot and sit in it because you take up my whole mouse pad. goodness. He's rubbing his head on my hand. On my mouse hand.
I'm
Okay.
sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping.
Okay.
I'm sleeping. We're awake.
Zzz. Bro's face is pushed up against my stream deck. Something bad is gonna happen.
Oh, no.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, fuck. I didn't make the books first. Fuck.
Chat, look at his tail. It just... Oh,
What the
Okay.
fuck?
let me get a picture of this joint.
A joint?
No,
Cameron, that's not allowed.
No, this cat.
Just kidding.
He's blocking my whole fucking mouse pad. I love mice. I'm a cat.
Oh
this-
no, I'm
put
one
this in my-
short.
Put this in my Discord. He's such a freaking
Shitma.
cutie. Oh my goodness. Big yawn. Sir?
Fuck.
A joint is in fact allowed in Ohio.
Yeah, no, it is. I was just joking. I was making memes, chat. You wouldn't understand.
You wouldn't get it. You're not funny. Alright, chat. I put this picture in my Discord, by the way. If you want to look at Thel's beautiful body. His big fuzzy body on my mouse pad. You itching your face? Look at you.
Itchma.
You itching, ma? Ugh. Okay. Alright, villager. It's time for your kidnapping to be complete. I mean, not kidnapping. Your rehousing. A rehoming project. Isn't that right, though? Yep. Yep. Okay. He has pushed his face into the...
Okay, I might be stupid.
Okay.
If I break these bookshelves, I get the books back, right? Just not the wood?
I don't know if you get all the books back. Why do you need to break the bookshelves?
Oh, you get them back. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, to be fair, it's not totally my fault.
Why? Why is it my fault?
Well, so there was blocks already in here that were placed, but those blocks were just for me to mentally map out where the bookshelves needed to go. So when you started placing bookshelves, you placed them on top of them, and then I wasn't paying attention, and I placed more bookshelves on top of those ones, so they were too high off the ground away from the thing. So I'm just going to make them all better.
Sure. Oh, why the fuck did I just break these tracks? Welcome back, Miss World.
Hi!
Belle, why are you doing this to me?
Why have you done this to me, Thelian? Oh, am I dumb? Oh, I might be dumb. Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't know it did that. Okay. Okay, I fixed it. It's all better. I didn't know that... Oh, fuck me. I didn't know that the bookshelf blocks would be oak colored no matter what kind of wood you used. I thought that was a thing they added.
Yeah,
It goes
no,
to 28 now.
Yeah, the shelves don't do that.
I wish they did.
Hello,
Low-key,
Spartan.
high-key.
How are you?
That's why I went to get oak wood, because I thought they already did that.
Oh, no.
So I'm just fucking stupid. That's okay. Nobody's shocked.
No, Minecraft would never do something that cool.
They wouldn't. You're very correct.
Why are you
Unless-
attacking?
Meow.
He just is chewing on my fucking hoodie drawstring now. Sir. If you're gonna sit on my desk, you cannot do that.
I put the paper in your chest so that
Okay.
you may finish the thing whenever you...
Sir!
So please.
I can literally smell your stinky, fishy breath chewing on my fucking hoodie.
Smell
Oh my god.
Why smell like fish?
Because he only eats fish. He's a kitty cat.
You feed him raw fish? Like fucking...
Sometimes, yeah. He gets freeze-dried salmon. Stop! Sir! Okay. He's a fiend for it! You're crazy! Stop!
I'm in
Wow.
danger.
I'm gonna go breed the cows again, I guess.
Alright, go breed the cows again. Of course there's cows outside. It's a cow farm. Alright. The criminal is gone now. He's done chewing on me. Chuma.
Oh, fuck ma. The one bad thing about having all these cows in this tiny enclosure is you can't kill just one. You'll hit 100 of them.
Yeah, they be eating some wet ass, stinky ass fucking fishy. You can actually buy cat food on my throne. Fun fact. No one's done that in 5 months. I have to support my own animals? God dang it. That's a joke.
Yeah.
That's a joke. It's a joke.
How many did I get?
And JoJo actually has to
5?
feed her children, too.
Yes, that's true. You can't feed my children on Throne, but you can buy the entire family chicken nuggets on Treat Stream.
That's true.
It's true. Okay, I can make 1.5 more bookshelves. It's a process, but I'm getting there.
Oh, fuck. My pickaxe
Those-
broke.
One more leather short.
My man is fucking stranded in the middle of the water now. Don't worry, sir. I'll be back soon.
Akuma?
JoJo's has a hot tub on her throne.
Do I? It
The
wouldn't
hot tub
surprise me.
stream. I mean, I have a
I might have
house
put one
my
on
throne.
there as a funny lol. Funny haha.
You can buy me a house on throne and a Lamborghini.
Yes.
I need a pickaxe. Yeah.
Fucking one book short. Ah! Cam, it goes to 30 now.
The enchantment table. Oh my gosh, I'm having a
Yes.
fucking stroke trying to make this iron. There we go. Oh my god. What's my problem with Domino's? Domino's is the lowest tier fucking pizza ever. And honestly, the best experience I've had with Domino's recently is JoJo and I at TwitchCon because we ordered
That was so
everything
funny.
except the fucking pizza.
Yeah, we
All
ordered
right.
like every appetizer they even fucking make at Domino's in Europe. And it was so fucking like delectable and American
Yeah.
tasting when we were like deprived of any like carbohydrates because we're fucking Europe. Everyone
al-
eats so fucking healthy there. I was
Yeah.
like, I just need some oil.
I just
need some fat and
I need
grease.
something to make me feel like shit.
Cam and I were
after
crashing
eat it.
out. It was like midnight, and I was like, "Cam, we need sustenance." And so we fucking ordered
Because
Domino's.
for whatever reason, they fucking feel like the only food in America that exists is a Philly cheesesteak. Why do fucking Dutch people
Honestly.
know what Philly
every
cheesesteaks
place
are?
there was like fish, French fries with mayo on them, or Philly cheesesteak. Like that was the menu
Like,
everywhere
what
we
the
fucking
fuck
went.
happened? What's happening in Philadelphia? What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it was good food. It was just like the same thing every time we ate anywhere. So we just crashed out one night. We were like, we need something that tastes normal. And fucking Cam looked at Uber Eats and was like, yo, they have Domino's. And I was like, anything but the pizza. Like we were in such agreements. We're like, anything but the pizza. So we got like cheesy bread and like, what were they called? They were called chicken or something like that.
I don't fucking know.
Kickin' chicken. And basically, it was like their
Isn't a
version
Poppy
of
Playtime
spicy
character?
chicken. It is, yeah. But I looked at the receipt. That's what it was called, Kickin' Chicken. And I told the kids that. And they were like, oh my God, Kickin', you ate Kickin' Chicken? So funny.
Yes.
But, yeah, so
I just think
Kickin'
that
Chicken. And it was like the most mild spicy chicken ever. Like
they don't even know what the fuck spice is.
They don't even know what spice
in the
is.
Netherlands.
was
Anything
so
that
funny,
was
though.
spicy, like flavored, they'd be like paprika.
Paprika
Oh,
flavored.
wow.
Everything was paprika
Everything
flavored.
had a paprika flavor if it was
We were
spicy.
so confused.
Like this is the hottest
You could buy
spice
potato
anybody can
chips that were
handle.
paprika flavored, and we were like, why do we want paprika chips? I'm so like, paprika's not even spicy. It's a weird flavor to have all on its own.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same stuff as American Domino's, like on the menu.
The
Same thing with the Burger
EU
King there.
dominates French fries, though, I will say, because they do that like double boiling of their French fries. Oh my God, that shit is delectable.
Double frying,
Double fry. Yeah.
boiled French
Double
fries.
boiled French fries.
That's
So
some
soggy.
that's some British shit right there. I
they
like
would.
my
They're
boiled
fucking-
French fries.
I bought French fries with some oil
Mayonnaise.
in there, and mayonnaise with just a little pinch of salt. It's great. Was it the same stuff as the American Domino's? Kind of not really. Like the cheesy bread tasted mostly the same, but it literally was in a circle. Like it was served in like a personal pizza
Yeah, but
sized
like
box, and it was
the
cut in
items-
quarters.
The items they offered were pretty similar. They were just
Very
weird.
similar, yeah.
They're like if you described what Domino's had to a person who had never been to a Domino's.
Yeah.
And then asked
If
them
you
to make a
describe
Domino's,
yeah, describe Domino's as someone who's never seen Domino's, and then ask them to draw it.
menu.
It was the back rooms of
The
Domino's.
back rooms Domino's. I, high key, should have just kept this fucking cobblestone bridge. Now I have to fucking bring another villager over here. Anyways. Fuck me, dude. Now I got these fuck ass bitches on my dick in the water right now. Slobbering me fucking wet style.
Yum.
Is there like someone? Stop! Stop! I gotta
you need
go.
help?
I gotta go. No, I'm fine. I'm chilling, dude.
I was watching through the window. You're not fine.
I'm good. Hello, Every. It's Blue.
I see like 3 creepers on you and a
I'm
couple
literally-
husks and a
guess what?
skeleton.
It's not gonna matter when I go to bed tonight. Hot tub stream with the drowned, yeah. Type shit. All right. I'm sleeping through the night. One eye open when I'm sleeping. One eye.
Weren't we mining at some point?
That's one of the last things I did. That's how we got fucking 5,000 fucking diamonds, man.
Oh shit. Yeah.
I honestly could have just brought the villager over, like, on land and not gone into this water so early. It's okay, Every's Blue. Thank you. Derb, get out of here. You're banned.
Derba.
Derb is quoting Nazi propaganda.
Ah! Okay, it's
Yep.
fine.
Yeah,
I
you
hit him
okay
like
over there?
6 times. No, I'm fine. He didn't hurt me. I hit him 4 times though. He should have died. It was weird. It didn't hurt me.
Couldn't be me. What? The villager's gone!
Why would he be gone?
Oh, no, I don't know, Jojo, but he's gone!
Do you think he died?
We were supposed to be having a nice date! And
Thank you,
now he's
Nikki.
gone!
I mean, you kind of left him for the wolves out here.
He would have been safe in the fucking minecart!
I don't know, there's a drowned here and a husk
I was
here.
gone for 2 minutes!
It only takes 2 minutes.
Oh my fucking goodness, dude. What horseshit. To fucking do this all over again.
I believe in you.
Ugh. 2 minutes is a long time. Alright, Fank, we get it. You're a fucking one pump chump. Half a pump chump.
Well, why would it take 2 minutes to pump one time? That seems... That's at least a dozen pumps, you know?
Oh my... Hey, what's your pump per minute?
What's your PPM? I got some of your cobblestone. It was floating in the water.
That's...
Here, take.
The cobblestone would not replace the hole in my heart that the villager did.
You have to have a heart to have a hole in it. So.
Okay. Justice for Fank? Fank literally admitted that he was a 2-pump chump in that message. He said, hey, 2 minutes is a long Tim. Alright, I don't know who the fuck Long Tim is.
Long Tim is my best friend, okay?
What about, if there's Long Tim, what about Short Jim?
Oh, Short Jim. We don't talk about Short Jim.
Short Jim and Long Tim?
Short Jim just shows up sometimes and says 6-7 and then leaves.
Okay. Gave the drowned an offering. Hey, Zach. Yeah, these are some beautiful shaders, man. Really made me feel good about killing the villager in my sleep. Short Jim is Jimbo. Jimbo's not really short, I would say.
No, he's not tall.
But he's not tall, that's for sure. Well.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
Jimbo's at least 7 foot. Yeah, probably. More like 7 meters.
I thought it was 7 inches.
Oh, he's 7 inches. Right. Yeah. I'm not 5'5". The BPM to CBAT. Fank just tried to Google what the CPM to CBAT is so he could correlate it to what his pumps per minute is, but he accidentally typed it into the wrong search bar. I short him 5'5". Listen, you could be shorter. Ask an Oompa Loompa. See how they feel about it. Okay, first of all, you're not a fucking villager. What are you doing in this house? The fucking Enderman living in this house. Are all of the villagers here dead?
They might be.
Why?
Because...
Oh, I hear one.
Wait, they don't exactly have defense, and we took some of their beds, so...
Okay, well, I didn't take an iron golem. This guy's like trapped underground. Where is he? Where the fuck are you?
He's trapped, Maybe he dug himself a hole underground so he'd be safe, and then he didn't know how to get out.
He is dead ass in a fucking hole in the ground. What the fuck? I just dug him out. He's in an abandoned mine shaft.
What the fuck?
What the hell? How am I supposed to get him out of this fucking hole, man?
Is it the last villager alive?
Yes! I used to be 5'3", me too, when I was a fucking little boy. Oh, look at all these rails in here. A name tag? Shit, man. I think we all used to be 5'3". Unless we never made it past 5'2". Think about that for a minute. Now picture that with a Kodak. Better yet, go to Times Square and take a picture of me with a Kodak. I took my life from negative to positive. I just wanted you to know that.
I used to be 6'7". That's for cartoon.
He's 4'10". That's crazy, Noah. That's crazy business. Oh, okay, I've broken this guy out of his
I'm fine.
prison cell underground.
You saved him.
Yep. Now I must kidnap him. I mean, rehouse him because he can't be the only. Oh God, are you okay?
Yeah.
You can't be the only villager left alive in this village. We have to bring you to a more populous area, sir.
Where you fucking piece of shit?
Phil, you are such a funny guy. They told me Momo had a little bit of gingivitis today. I said, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Floss his teeth?
Yeah, you gotta brush his teeth.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't let me pick him up! They said it wasn't too bad, though. I think Momo should floss his own damn teeth. He's a grown fucking man.
What we used to do is, and I say used to because once your pets get so old, I'm just not doing it anymore. It's expensive. But I would pay for them to be put under and have their teeth cleaned twice a year.
Sir, get in the cart. No, wrong way! Wrong way! Thank you. Cake? What about cake?
I want cake.
It's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake. What? If the way is hazy, you gotta do the cooking by the book. Then you'll have a... Break it down, bitch. Let me see you back it up. Drop that ass down low and pick the motherfucker up. What up, Arby's? Anyone here watch the Doodle Bops? I think we're all adults here, Derb, actually, so.
What the fuck are the Doodle Bops? My kids don't even watch that, whatever the fuck it is. Is it a past tense show?
I have
Oh,
no
watch.
idea.
Okay, past tense. It wasn't the watch. It was the do. It should have been, did anyone here watch Doodle Bops?
Well, no, because if you make it past tense of Doodle Bops, it's the Diddle Bops.
Oh no. They doodled one too hard.
If they're not doing
turned into a
anymore, it's
diddle.
the Diddle Bops. Yeah, Derb, think about that. You're not doing, you did. Therefore, Diddle Bop.
If you do so hard that you did, then you dain't.
I used to be a doer like you.
Until I took an arrow to the dain't.
It's like you did it, but you shan't. You should, but you ain't.
I'm very ashamed that I shan't. Oh, come on. I just want fucking level 30.
Yeah, my chem was on Yo Gabba Gabba. They had a song about being like a snowflake.
Oh.
Pretty sure. Because everyone's different. Like a snowflake.
Oh. Different type of snowflake. Got it. I was very confused. I was like, snowflake? Like
a liberal snowflake.
liberal snowflake. Yeah, that's literally what my brain went to. Politics have rotted my brain.
Okay, we all right. This guy's gonna stay in his fucking minecart, and we're gonna go to bed before the mobs even spawn in.
I will log out when you go to sleep because I am getting mini levels.
Phil, you gotta stop being such a eepy, sleepy boy right on my mouse pad. It's so cute. Oh my, and you're pressing all the buttons on my keyboard. It's so good of you. Thank you so much. Yep. Just start pressing shit. It'll go really well for my live stream, actually.
Are you sleeping yet?
Not yet. I'm running back to the house, and I'm sleeping now. Get you chicken. You are a raw, uncooked chicken with the feathers still on it. That's why you have white fur, like the white feathers of a chicken.
I am decimating the landscape, but I am doing us many favors.
The fucking Lorax is gonna come have a fucking word with you then, buddy.
Oh, my pickaxe broke. Oh, it's okay. I have backups.
If this villager is gone, I will start a fucking riot. Also, like, even if I do get this villager, right? The problem is that I need another one to be able to breed. So like, I'm gonna have to do some outsourcing.
Yeah. Well, where we came from, like our original like world spawn had villages as well.
Right.
We just ran away from it. So just head your ass towards fucking 0-0 and wait, I went in a circle. Oh, okay. I know where I'm at. Yes. I hit level 28. I'm trying to get to 30.
Nice.
Trying to get to 30 before I die so I can be a beautiful butterfly.
Sir, if your minecart falls in the water, I will fucking have a word with you.
You might be doing that like the hardest possible way that you could do it.
What do you mean?
You could just make a full path over there.
I don't have enough minecarts or mine shafts. Mine.
You can't just push him?
I can push him. What do you think I'm not pushing him?
No. I mean outside of the cart. You can't just push him?
No, you need tracks. What?
Why can you push?
Oh, okay. I gotta be right back. I gotta move my car. Villager, if you
Okay.
fucking die, you're dead to
I'm
me.
over here at home now, so I'll babysit
Okay,
him.
I'll be right back.
Wait, where the fuck even is the villager?
Crazy, please.
Phil, kill the villager. Phil, look at me. Kill the villager. That'd be pretty wild. Do it. Do it, Phil. Kill the villager. Do it. Okay, that was a good trip. Phil is deaf. That's very true. It's very true. Phil. What if I make vibration noises? How do I vibrate? How do I how do I vibrate enough to tell Phil to kill the villager? I need to hit the brown note so it'll vibrate just the right. Oh, here's the villager. I found it. Tori, you don't speak whale. I'm just going to babysit the villager. Yeah, how do I vibrate the right resonance to make the cat kill the villager? There's got to be a resonance, right? Huh. Say, Mama. I don't remember much.
All right, I'm back. I've been speaking whale this whole time. What were we talking about speaking whale?
Ah!
Oh, hey.
I was trying to convince Fel to kill your villager, but then I was like,
Oh.
wait, he's deaf.
He's deaf and I logged out.
Well, not only that, but I was like, even if you were logged in, I was like, how do I make voice noises that would vibrate so much and in the right resonance to tell the cat to kill the villager? So I was like, it was like not working.
No, he's stupid.
Loving parent.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I agree, having been in your house with your cat for 1 hour.
I woke up from a nap earlier and like that was like laying down on my feet and I was like, that's weird, where's Momo? Because like a lot of times he'll sleep with me on the couch and fucking Momo is like sleeping on the ceiling on the top of our very high bookshelf in our living room. I'm like,
What the fuck?
what in the hell? He just hiding up there sleeping. So it's a very
That's so
interesting
funny.
spot to sleep, buddy. but cats like to be up high.
Bro, I've been doing wonders for our food intake over here.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Where the fuck did my
We're
sword
gonna need
go?
a lot of food to defeat the Ender Dragon. These nuts.
Yeah, we have, just from the last 2 days, 17 steak. And then I have 11 on me. As soon as the cows get...
Oh, wrong button. Is it this one?
But a moose steak
There it is.
is never a mistake.
Yes, that one.
No, I'm not playing them.
Oh, fuck. Wrong button.
Wrong one.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But a moose steak is never a mistake.
But a moose steak. Jojo, did you vanish?
I'm in the house.
Oh, okay. Corey's in the house.
Corey with 2 R's. You don't.
Wait.
You recognize the name?
Yeah.
It's that fucking Resident Evil cheater guy that we watched like 6 videos
Oh,
on.
yes. I was like, why do I know what you're talking about? But I cannot
Yeah.
describe.
You knew ball but couldn't remember. Yeah. Yeah.
The cheater.
Mm-hmm. The cheater. Going down forever as a cheater.
Well, men really don't ever seem to care about that, so.
No, I mean, views are views, right? Who cares about authenticity?
What about off in these titties?
Do you have any desire to play Code Veronica before the remake comes out?
Not necessarily, no.
I mean, I'm only asking because I actually have 2 copies of it.
Oh, wow.
I was able to find a copy of Code Veronica, like, original. Well, Awkward Ninja sent me one. Original in the case, wrapped. And then I have another one that I got as well for
God damn.
stupidly cheap. Authenticity. Authenticities. Oh, fuck.
My fucking pickaxe broke again. This is fucking crazy.
Kind of crazy that they announced that remake literally like a couple days ago because that was going to be the next game that I played when I came back from Europe.
Oh, hell yeah.
It just kind of worked.
Well, when does it come out?
2027 next year. Like, it doesn't even have a date yet.
Oh. Shit. Well, you got a fucking while. It's just like
Yeah.
now in the zeitgeist once again. So.
Yeah.
All right. The villager has made it over to our island.
I mean, honestly, you don't even have to play RE3 to play RE9. It just would hit your feels a little bit
so
more.
there's the RE3 remake, which I know is controversial, but it's a lot shorter.
It's not controversial. It's just not the best experience. Like, if you go into it having no knowledge of the original RE3, then you'll think it's a perfectly fine game.
Yeah.
It's
They
just that
probably
when you eventually will play like the original, you're gonna be like, God damn. Like, all the things that make RE3 a lot of people's favorite in the Resident Evil series are literally not in the remake. So it's just really sad. Other than that, though, it's great.
I was just
It's
running
just-
around way
It's
too
just not
much,
a true
man.
remake. You need to use the map that I told you about. Once you use the map, you won't get stuck. It's easy to get stuck in a loop in Raccoon City. I know what you're talking about because I've done it before. Because literally there's 2 sections that literally make a figure 8. So if you aren't paying attention and you run the same direction too many times, you literally go in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the map, It'll make more sense because you'll know like north from south.
Shit from butt.
Yeah, and once you get out of that section, the rest of the game is so great too. And that section of the game is probably like, I don't know, maybe 30%, not even that much.
You can always call Stepbro to help you get unstuck.
It's me, I'm Stepbro.
How does one cheat in Resident Evil? It was a speed runner or like challenge runner on Resident Evil.
He was, yeah, he was supposedly a challenge runner, but
he was
he
faking
faked
his runs.
every challenge. Yeah.
He would do like crazy fucking insane challenges that like no one in their right mind could possibly complete on like their first attempts of doing it. He would just make it up.
Yeah, he was just literally editing, and some of the hardest bosses in the entire challenge that he would literally just skip the entire boss fight, like edit past it and say that it was quote unquote light work.
Yeah, light work.
The hardest bosses in the entire game, the hardest mods for, yeah, just everything. But this is someone who also has never played all the Resident Evil games and was just like, oh, this is my first pass doing the hardest challenge possible.
Light work.
Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, he's just a god gamer. Maybe we all should be as good as Corey.
Right.
Yeah.
Corey with 2 R's.
Corey with 2 R's, yeah. You know, technically, I'm JoJo with 2 J's. So.
That's true. And with 3 E's.
I should rebrand. Yeah. My rebrand is just waiting for me.
All right. I've put the villager in his new housing project. Thel, please stop it.
But Papa, I just love you.
I need to cause problems on your desk while you're working. Cameron with 2 R's. Sir?
Cameron with 2 R's. Cameron.
Nikki with 2 K's.
Yeah.
Del. Stop it. You are such a devious creature.
You want to know something diabolical? I took the
What?
kids to see the double header of Obsession and Backrooms.
Uh-huh.
And all of the children agreed in consensus that they liked Obsession more than Backrooms.
Wow.
That's crazy coming from Gen Alphas.
Yeah. Stop! You fucking idiot! Stop!
Well, Jade didn't really say, but that's because he fell asleep in the first like 20 minutes of Obsession. But
Oh.
yeah.
Well.
But he was openly very critical of the Backrooms. He was like, the monsters were stupid. There weren't enough things. That there wasn't enough parts of the Backrooms that we saw. Blah blah blah. He had a lot to say about it. So.
Well, I think it's a bad take.
I don't think it's a bad movie, but I think it could have been better.
I think it's a great movie.
No, I think it's a great movie too, especially for for something that isn't even real, right? Like there is no real Backrooms. That's just literally an interpretation of something that
A picture
we literally have
from
no
4chan.
lore about, right? A singular picture from 30 years ago or some shit. Oh, here. I'm way too far down in the mine.
Felton John.
Oh, I found a hole.
You sure have.
Oh, it's a
so
flooded
much
hole. I
attention.
don't like that.
That's what she said.
That's what he wishes she would say.
Look at it.
My hole is not flooded.
Why
You have
is
to
he
work a lot harder than
air-tagged?
that.
Because he. You never know if he gonna run away. I gotta know where he is. And also, if I don't know where he is in the house, I can make him beep. I'm tracking
That's
my
true.
kitties.
Well, because he's also deaf. He can get into trouble.
Yeah, and not be able to hear me when I'm calling his name. I gotta hear him. Can't you? Get in trouble. Fucking Momo got up in my fucking floorboards one time when I first moved.
Well, that reminds me of the lighthouse cat. Just
Type
dead, dead in the fucking ducting, hidden in the walls, never to meow ever again.
Mm-hmm.
Except the one time that we're there ghost hunting and it does meow.
Yeah. The ghost cat caught on camera.
Like literally, how many people can say that they fucking caught a disembodied cat meow? Like that shit's so wild that that happened to us.
Bro, I just hope that there was just some like crazy teenagers who were just outside the window who did that.
Oh, we looked. We like
Yeah, but-
actively looked. There was windows.
It'd be funny though.
It would be crazy, but it also didn't sound like it was from outside. It sounded like it was in the room with us. Maybe I'm just huffing the cope. No. Huffma.
I want to believe.
In Life After Love?
Do you believe in life after love? Down, 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 down. One sec, I'm taking my headset off. I must remove my jacket. My hoodie, even. Ugh.
This is a fruitless effort. Or is it?
A ghost cat? Yeah, we found a ghost cat.
There's enemies all around me. Speaking of ghost things,
Yeah,
we should
we
probably
get
announce
together
that.
and do that. And yeah,
Ah, I'm drowning.
we need to like get together and get everything working
Yeah.
as well. It's my new laptop and shit. And
Yeah, well, we also need to announce it or no one's going to come to watch it.
well,
So I
hey, Ghost
need
Country.
to get a flyer made.
Hope you've been
I can
well.
try to make a flyer myself now. I have a little bit of editing work.
Wow. Del,
Um,
stop causing problems.
Well, if I make it myself, then we don't have to worry about like spelling errors. I love Hunter, but he doesn't. Actually, Derb did it too. Both Derb and Hunter give us ghost hunting flyers with spelling errors in them. I forgot. Going to research. Oh, it's fine, Mama. You have like literally an entire month.
Innocent.
If it was like close, I would let you know. But yeah, I literally was just writing this all up yesterday. So I was gonna DM you as soon as I got a day off.
The villager's not gonna be dead.
We were also waiting because we were
Oh my
trying
gosh.
to wait because we were waiting to hear back from another place, but I think they ghosted us.
Ha! Ghosted. Ha!
I'm gonna call them. I'm just actually gonna call them and be like, hey, I sent you an email about this ghost hunting stuff. Here were the emails. You never replied.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that? Is that weird?
Yeah, Del's pretty, but he causes mischief.
Is it weird to follow up an email with a phone call? We literally just
I
talked
don't
about
know.
this yesterday because I was playing Beyond Two Souls and there's like a creeper guy that's like, I don't know. He comes off as a groomer to me, but like he calls the character in the game and he's like, hey, I'm just calling to see if you got my email. And I'm like, that's so fucking weird. And she's like, what email?
I don't think it's that weird to go from one.
I
to
don't
the
think it's
other.
weird. It's weird if you email someone to go on a date with you and then they don't answer for 3 days and then you call them. That's weird.
Oh, well,
but,
that's
like, if
fucking
I-
strange, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the whole situation was. But yeah, I think the ghost hunting place, I'll probably just call them and be like, hey, might have got lost in your email. Can we do this?
Sorry, I'm a big chud.
I also need to know how much all that stuff is going to cost.
Well, the location's already booked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, deposited.
Yeah. But we have to pay for the rest of it when we get there.
Yeah, it's not that much. Though. I think the deposit was like half of it already.
Yeah.
You also have something much larger to pay for too.
Yeah, I know. I'm not worried about that. I've got money put away.
Something very, very, very large.
Very, very fucking
Very,
expensive.
very, 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 very large.
Very, very large and very
If you guys
expensive.
don't enjoy this next ghost investigation, I think
Then we're
I
never
might-
doing another
I would,
one.
I would never do one again in my life.
I don't think chat could possibly feasibly understand how much we put into this next one. There's a reason we've been doing it since January. We've literally been planning it since fucking January.
I just can't wait. I think we should leave the really big thing up, like, for the, I guess just a reveal. Like,
The really big expensive thing?
yeah, like the.
Well, but they kind of already know. We'll talk about it later.
Just gonna talk about it ever again, you know.
Right, right.
Also,
the
like,
the knowers will
you
know.
We've
but,
said things, but we've never revealed the true scale of said thing.
It's true, we haven't. Even the location we're going to, the yeah. Well, guess we'll just have to tune in to find out.
type shit.
Can't give you a date yet, and it's also multiple dates, but we'll get to that.
I mean,
Later.
there is in fact a date. There's
well,
dates.
there's not. Okay, well, I guess I can say tentatively, it will be July 6th through July 11th. Tentatively. Yes, that's a Monday through Friday. Fuck ma.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my calendar.
I put it in my calendar the second we had the dates, so I know that's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, just the location is only 2 days. At the moment.
It is a large span of time. Yes. I just meant for the event, not
Oh,
just
yeah.
the investigation.
Please get exit the minecart, sir. Jesus Christ. Ow! Sorry, I punched you. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad, G. My bad, G.
Yeah, we're
My
not
bad, G.
investigating a location for a full 5 days. No, that's not happening.
Fucking just living somewhere.
I mean, I would fucking do that if it was feasibly priced, you know?
Mhm.
I would fucking stay somewhere for a full week and investigate every day. That'd be so sick. Stanley Hotel incoming. Yeah, right. They don't even
Yeah,
rent that
fucking
bitch out
right.
anymore.
Okay.
It'd be nice to stay in a room there though. That'd be
There's
sick.
a lot of places that are ginormous, but like the most you could fucking do within a reasonable fucking price is rent a room there and then just sit in the room.
Yeah. Let me just pull up Jason Halls on my speed dial and see if he can hook us up. Yeah. Eventually, maybe.
What in the fucking Edgar Allan Poe is traffic going on here? This is the cask of Amontillado. Actually,
What are you doing to that poor villager?
Also, the Telltale Heart. You can hear him actually breathing through the dirt in the ground. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, I am terrified right now.
I'm terrified. I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
When I break the blocks, I'm getting a flash. Like it's like a graphical glitch. It's like showing me what's on the other side of the block. Like the block behind it, and it's lava.
Oh God.
And I'm at where the fuck am I?
By putting the villager
positive
in a
7.
sex
That's where I'm
dungeon.
at.
I'm not
Pretty far
putting
down.
the villager in a sex dungeon. No. A dungeon of types, perhaps.
Isn't it technically a sex dungeon?
It
'Cause
is
it's
okay.
for
They are
breeding?
actually in there having sex. That's correct. But it's
It's daytime,
not
right?
that. Yeah, it's daytime now.
Okay. I can't tell. I'm underground.
Do you believe in love after love? Bow, down,
Believe
down,
in sex in a
down.
dungeon.
I need my Minecraft music on.
Why is it flashing this weird color? Chat, why is that happening? Why is that happening? I've never seen this. Very strange. Is it because I'm using a copper pick?
Maybe your shit's about to blow up.
Might be due to some mods. Oh, our mods are up to date
It could be
with
the
the version
shader
that we're
pack.
on. I mean, I guess
Like-
it could be the shader pack, yeah.
No matter what I do, oh,
All I think about is you.
oh,
When I'm with my boo.
oh,
And we know I'm crazy over you.
oh. I need to see if there's any motherfucking, if there's actually, if all of the villagers are gone from this village. So I have a
that'd be
bad
nice to know.
feeling that they are actually all gone.
I mean, even if they are, we have a backup plan. It would just take a lot longer.
I know.
Don't break, little pig. No! What did I say?
Thanks,
I only
bro.
had one block left. It broke one block short.
I just put your listening ears on and listen for a villager.
Oh.
Does any-
The one that you got is safe though, right?
Yeah, he's chilling. He's in the dungeon.
Right. So we can just
He can't breed by himself.
right.
We can.
But we can-
take
what
a
I'm trying to
specimen
say-
from him and inseminate somebody else.
What I'm trying to say is that since he's safe, we can go wandering around and find another village.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh. We don't have to worry about babysitting him, is what I'm saying.
Mine shaft.
No, mine shaft. Your shaft, mine shaft.
All right. So there's some villages nearby. I got some choices. There's a village to the west in like the savannah, or a village to the southeast.
The wind is blowing 7 degrees northwest. What does that mean?
That's in the desert. I feel like the desert would be easier to traverse.
Probably, but I feel like the probability of villages in the desert is smaller.
No, but
Isn't
I already see a village in the desert. I've been
You see
there
one?
before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then let's go.
There's also
Grab
like
your
a
food.
mountain in the way. All right.
Grab your food, bitch.
Think about it, you. Oh. I've got some food.
Some food?
Yeah, it'll be enough probably.
Where you at? I know. See you on map.
Across the water from you.
Yeah,
to
that's
the right.
real
I'm to the
specific.
right.
Okay. I was like, I'm on an island, so you can't just say across the water.
Across the water. All right, this village is over here.
Okay. I don't have a pick. I just realized.
Isn't it Iron Pick?
Isn't it iron pick? Don't you think?
They should send Cameron to work in the mines of Tennessee for a 24-hour
The
stream.
rain! Sorry.
Why? Why do I need to be in the coal mines? Like rain.
Maybe it's because you got them big grippers to grip the
Oh my
coal
fucking
with.
god! I dig it with my toes.
Yeah.
Dude, there was another Minecraft sponsorship, and I was like driving.
No, I saw it.
while
No,
happened, I didn't even get to it.
literally, I was live. I got the ping, and as soon as I got the ping, I clicked and it said it was not available.
Cricket Chaos
And I was like,
Manager
holy fucking
subscribed
shit,
to
you
your channel
whores.
for 7
Yeah.
months.
Thank you, Cricket Chaos, for 7 months. Yeah, well, soon they're gonna have that one program where you can, like, you'll get access to sponsorships earlier than other people, like the Twitch ones.
Yeah.
But it's
and
also
we'll
like,
be,
maybe
we'll be
you should
higher
make them
in the
more
list because
enticing.
we're partners.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
also,
Suck
just
it, affiliate scum.
make the fucking, make the sponsorships more enticing, like the Minecraft ones.
Right. The
that
reason
pay
that
well.
that one sold out is because it's the only one that pays well.
Or you can pay $15 to shill a fucking mobile game.
Yeah, sounds so fun.
I'm fucking aspiring from this heat and humidity. I'm pissed that my basement is like 74 degrees and I'm pissed about it. It won't get any fucking cooler. I don't know why, and I'm gonna fucking shoot my fucking self.
Your basement is hot?
Dude,
That's so
It's not that
backwards.
it's hot. It's fucking. It's just. It's not hot,
It's-
but it's hotter
it's
than it
just not
should be for
cold?
my basement.
Right.
Yes, I need my basement to be cold, man.
Yeah, it is very weird that your basement is staying up in the 70s. I can't swim.
You and Popeye's biscuits, you could turn coal into diamonds. What if
Oh
I
my God,
squeezed a
Popeyes.
Popeye's biscuit in my butt cheeks? 85 feels like 88 here. Yeah, sounds just about what I've got. I don't know. I've actually got a feels like of 88 right now. So same as you.
Oh, it's a village. Wow.
All right, we've made it. Hello, villagers. Hello,
We only
hello.
ran like 1,000 blocks to get here.
It's just 600,
I mean, it's not too bad.
and I only have 26 minecart rails.
Oh, there's a chest. Oh, holy fucking shit, dog.
What's in 'em?
Green dye, cactus, and some bread.
Oh, so not shit.
No, not shit, but shit that made me excited because we're scrounging for fucking minerals out here.
Hey, Mystic Fox, thank you for the 3
Oh, here's some
stream
books.
streak. Thank you.
What's this? A bundle? And a fucking emerald.
I think we've looted this place before.
Well, we didn't loot much of it. Desert villages are so fucking cute. Hey, buddy.
God damn it, glitchy
Ow,
squirrels. That's the
fuck.
worst thing ever.
I walked out this guy's door into a cactus. Fucking troll.
All right, villager. Dude, I can't even imagine how fucking blazing hot your fucking room is over the summer. That sounds torturous. Cause your room's already fucking hot as hell.
Yeah, that sounds awful. Oh my god, so many hay bales. I'm taking them all.
All right, who am I kidnapping? This sir, sir, you have a child. I'm gonna have to take you just because I know that you're fertile. You need to get in this minecart. No, come here. Okay. Am I kidnapping the whole village? Not the whole village. No.
You
I'm just-
could. That way you can breed more.
No, I just need to take. Well, I'm not fucking. 10 villagers. Sir?
Kay would never make it as a Viking. Excuse me, sir. Can you get in my boat?
Man, I wish I could get him in a fucking. I mean, you can get him in a boat, but then you can't go up any hills.
Yeah. I just mean like that's what the Vikings would have said. Like, sir, can you please get in my boat? May I please fuck your wife?
Sir! Get back. What? Oh my god. I feel so bad. All these villagers seem like such good friends.
Oh my god, I can't read, and I thought Miss World said ick bridge. And I'm like, what's an ick bridge made out of?
Not the ick bridge.
Not the ick bridge.
I am not taking his baby. I'm just taking him. Yes, get in!
wow.
Get in the cart! You motherfucker.
Oh yeah, this is where we took our beds from. This guy's missing a bed.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I like
They
that
got
they're-
camels now? Oh yeah, I remember that. They do have camels now. We
Yeah,
had this
they're all
discussion.
dressed up, like racially ambiguous. It's kind of
Yes.
interesting.
The white man in the desert outfit. I'm not the worst abductor of all time. Okay, these guys are these guys are resilient.
They're resilient, as in like standing still.
Okay, well, he won't get in the fucking minecart, so there we go. I
shit.
got one. All right, this is my guy.
Does he have any good abilities?
He doesn't need to.
I can't click on him at all.
Well,
Strange.
good. You don't have to.
I don't think he has a job. Is what I'm trying to
Good.
say.
He's a nincompoop. Whatever the
He is
fuck
a
they call him.
nincompoop, and he's gonna make nincompoop babies.
What are they called? The villagers who can't do anything? It's not nincompoops, is it? Idiots. Dumbasses.
Idiots. Chamron? Chamrons?
Village idiots. They're not called village idiots. All right, I'm gonna sleep in this.
Oh,
bed.
oh, they sing that YMCA song.
Oh, the village idiots. It's fun to stay at the YMs. Nitwits, yes.
Nitwits. That sounds about right.
Nimwits.
I like nincompoops a little bit better.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Nitwits reminds me of fucking Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Am I such a nitwit? You know what I'm saying? Type shit.
Yeah, type shit. They should be called
Land of
nincompoops.
misfit toys.
Dude, you could have just gone to sleep in one of the beds here.
No, it was literally faster to log out.
Okay, well, when you get phantoms
There's
on
a
your ass
camel
cheeks-
guy.
Yeah, there is. There's a camel toe.
Ow! Oh wait, is he gonna spit on me?
Do camels spit on people? That's more like an alpaca thing, huh?
I guess it is. But camels definitely spit. In real life, they definitely
Well,
spit. They're
I
just
th-
not. It's
I-
not. They're not stereotyped. Okay, this camel fucking loves me though.
I would've
He's not
thought-
kicking me off.
I would have thought
Is
they'd
that
be
a thing that they do?
swallowers. Oh, I don't know.
I mean, I've never met a camel that was a swallower.
Well,
That's just me though.
you're doing the grapefruit method.
Mm,
You want to
Yeah.
push this guy up the
I mean,
mine,
what do you
up the
think their
mine.
humps filled with? Oh, he laid down. He's sleeping. Okay. I'm coming.
Cum is stored in the camel's back.
Oh, uphill. Lose some weight, Tubby.
You call him fat?
Ah! Oh. He went off the track.
That's okay. We gotta build the track 25 pieces at a time.
Can't we just make more mine carts? Or more mine thingies?
Yeah, we can.
We could make like a singular powered one and make this a lot easier.
I have a powered one on me.
Well, why don't we power the one and let him go? Vroom,
Boom!
vroom. Yeah.
Okay.
Is this his mate? Why are they following us? They're so sad we're
Bro,
stealing him.
I don't give a fuck. All right. If you're so sad, why don't you come? Okay, it's not powered yet, buddy. I don't.
Oh,
have
I didn't
a
know
button
you.
or anything.
I didn't know you put a powered thingy here.
Yeah. I can make a lever somehow. A stick and a piece of cobblestone.
Wait, where's the redstone portion?
I'm gonna give you a redstone portion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I already put a powered one on the ground. I think you pushed him on top of it.
Oh, yeah, I tried to push him back to see it and I couldn't see it.
There you go.
Hiya! Nice.
Yeah. Oh god, he's gonna die from this fucking cactus. Okay.
That'd be pretty fucking
He
funny
crashed
if
into a
after all
fucking
this he
cactus
fucking
and
died.
died. I should probably steal another bed, to be honest, so I can sleep when we're out in the fucking desert.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'll get a bed real quick.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, they have my kitty cat! There's my cat! Oh my gosh, I need a fish right now. Thanks, 42. They literally have a white cat right there. Bro, I didn't put down all the tracks yet.
I know, but you were also running away chasing a cat, so I figured it would be faster.
Well,
to
I
just restart
saw
up there.
my cat in a video game. I don't have a way to tame him.
Type shit. You hungry at all?
Nope. Oh my god, the wandering guys
Here,
here.
I have more of these here. Hello, do you have anything good? Oh, milk for emeralds. That's actually pretty sick if we were at home. 1 bucket of milk for 2 emeralds.
That's horseshit. Why the fuck do I want a bucket of milk?
No. The other way. You give him a bucket of milk and he gives you emeralds.
Oh. Does he
Yeah.
take the bucket?
I don't know. That's a good question. Probably, because it says milk bucket. Oh, hay bale for emeralds. Yo, I'm about to light this guy's world up. Oh, nice. Okay, it's a maximum of 1 emerald. I just learned.
You
I
got
was like, I
fucking
have 40 hay bales.
got
You give me all
scammed.
them emeralds, and he was like, here's
All
2.
right. Push him up. Push him up. Hello, sleepyhead. There we go. There we go. Boom. All right, I got 2 powered rails now.
Nice.
Got scammed.
I realized that I don't actually need a pick to help you with this because you can break them without one.
Mm-hmm. Just takes a little bit longer.
Just a tiny bit.
I've already gone through like 3 fucking iron picks doing this. Hey.
Oh boy, this ought to be fun.
No, I got it. There we
Yeah,
go.
Get the one powered one right there.
Get another powered one right here. Gotta make it uphill.
Hell yeah, brother.
You have the levers, I believe.
Which way is he going? This way?
He's going that way.
That
that's
way.
fine. Where? All right.
All right.
Power these shits.
Get his ass on here.
What's this guy's name? Ah! Ah! Then we're good.
Jethro. His name's Jethro, the nitwit.
Jethro the nitwit.
Yeah.
Jethro! Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it.
Can we get a gift sub to Jethro the nitwit, please?
Jethro the nitwit. Twitch
If
user.
that fucking name exists on Twitch, I'm gonna shit. Jethro the nitwit. +1 style point if you actually know how to spell Jethro.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. How the fuck do you spell Jethro?
There's a couple different ways.
This has to be a... There we go.
Yeah. Oh boy, he gets to go downhill. He can save
Yeah.
so much. Here, I'll give you these. You have the other switch.
Okay.
Jethro. Yes, Jethro. I also would accept Jethro with a W on the end because the dumber you are, the weirder you spell your name.
Alright, yeah, we just need 1 powered rail for this joint. Goodbye, sir. Easy fucking peasy. Jethro the man.
Jethro the man. Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay,
Because
okay.
men are nitwits. So that works.
Yeah, that's true. True.
It's implied. Yeah.
Now the problem is that they also don't have a gift sub to my channel either, so
Oh.
a bit of a problem there.
Oh,
Dude,
and then
I need
Nitwit.
my cat.
Jethro the man, and then also Nitwit. Thank you, Lisa.
Okay.
And Alpha Ninja. Yes, thank you. Yes. Where is man? Oh, he's over here.
He's right here.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That kind of sounds like my 200 gift sub alert, but I wouldn't know that actually.
I don't even know
forgot what it sounded
my
like.
gift belongs. Oh.
We just fucking launch him off the hill. He'll just have momentum and just
Yeah,
fucking
that's
land
fine.
down there. That'll work.
He'll just have a mild concussion. Yeah, that's fine.
Put that lever down. Goodbye, sir. Thank you, Lisa. The gift sub to Nitwit. Oh, that hurt him. Oh, that's a bad
little bit.
idea. Maybe we shouldn't do that.
He'll heal over time, right?
Bonita Lissa gifted 1 subscription.
Do they heal over time?
Yeah, I think so. What the
Yeah,
hell
so that'll
was
be okay. By the
that?
time. Oh no.
It's okay. It was my PlayStation controller falling.
Did oh okay. I was gonna say, did Def Cat 2 Electric Boogaloo knock something off?
No, it was me.
Oh, okay.
I'm stupid as fuck. I'm an idiot. I'm a nitwit.
Nitwit.
I'm a nipple, a nip.
Cam's middle name is actually Jethro, but it starts with a C. So
I don't have any other minecart tracks.
here, I don't want to build this shit. I don't know where we're going. Bro, he's ready. He's ready for the dive.
Good.
Chekro. Yeah, Chethro. With
All
the
right.
CZ.
Drop him down. Yeah! Here. Maybe 6 feet. Look, we're now 454 blocks away instead of 600.
Bro, I fucking saw a Instagram reel yesterday, and it was like, here's my really sick back tattoo idea, but I can't get a tattoo artist to do it. And it was literally just hold me now, I'm 6 feet from the ground, and I'm whatever the lyrics to that
From the
chorus are. And they were in Comic Sans, just spaced out across this whole man's back.
Oh my fucking god.
And he was like, no one will do it. I don't know why. It's such a good idea.
That's so,
So
funny.
fucking funny.
Give me that bed. I gotta sleep.
Sleeper.
Sleep-ma. Tracks cannot go diagonal.
It's not bedtime yet.
Yes, it is. If sun's it's good now.
There we go. Wait, I have so many more.
Oh.
Baby 6 feet. Ain't so far.
Yeah, tracks cannot go diagonal. You have to like.
They can kind of, but you have to place 2 of them.
Yeah,
so
it's
it's
two of them. It's like just not worth my time.
yeah. Nick is talking about this type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't got to do all that. Like, I'll give our man whiplash. It's like riding the fucking vortex at Kings Island. May it rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Ah. My kids will never know the love that I had for Vortex.
And the cranial damage it gives to all of its patrons.
I mean, I think it's a skill issue because I didn't ever get any injuries from
You
it.
just got a fucking stiff neck then, buddy. I don't fucking know.
I have a long neck that can stand on its own. All right.
That sounds like what a children's book would say about a giraffe. G is for giraffe. He has a long neck that can stand on his own.
Okay, but I could probably stand better than a baby giraffe. So.
Well, that's giraffist. Jojo the giraffe.
Jojo with 2 J's. Giraffe with 2 F's.
Giraffe ma.
I'm out.
Just happen
I
to be
also don't
ABC
have.
books.
Oh, I do have the levers.
Lever ma. Push him.
Whatever, ma. Wait, I thought you had the other powered rail.
Yeah, we don't need it. He's-
Why wouldn't we use it?
Look, he's got plenty of momentum.
We shan't.
Look, he's literally fucking went just fine. Jojo the giraffe ma. The Joe Raffma. Oh.
Oh,
I guess that works too.
does that work? Okay. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Oop.
Try this diagonal thing.
I have more.
You know, I'm hearing these rattlesnakes in the desert. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Rattle dicks.
Look, he's gonna get whiplash. Oh, actually he didn't. At all.
Yeah, no, they go straight. It's just that it takes twice as much track. So,
Huh.
were you thinking he was gonna go like left, right?
Yeah.
Oh, back
And
in the
not
day, it
even-
used to do that, but I don't know. At some update, like probably many years ago, they fixed it so that it doesn't do that.
I thought he was about to just start fucking wiggling.
He's gonna get fucking major whiplash.
So amused, but it's clearly not kidnapping because he has had every opportunity to run away. And here he is.
Yeah, if he knew how to get out of this cart, he could run away perfectly fine. Okay, let's make sure he can get his ass on there.
He does like it. He's having fun. It's like a roller coaster ride.
A roller coaster. Please hold. Oh, you put the thing down. Okay, cool. I was like, I have one.
Here he comes. Yippee! There we go. Get that. We've almost gotten him from the desert. And soon you are going to fuck like there is no tomorrow, sir. So. he
Two
will,
pump chump. Incoming.
This guy eats a loaf of bread and he gets horny. I know some of you in chat are just like this fucking guy.
Just fucking like him, yo.
Nice.
Okay, I tried. I tried to get it as up fast as I could. You were
As
only
I'm
too
eating
short.
a breadstick.
Oh man.
Whoa,
I'm just
Lisa,
thinking of all the food that I
TMI,
love
dude.
so much.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Is that breadstick fucking circumcised? Because if not, it's gonna be by me. Oh fuck! I'm
Teeth.
breaking the sand.
All the teeth, baby.
It is after I'm done with it. Hell yeah, get it. I'm gonna make it so dry for you. Well, it's a good thing we didn't send him through that. Oh, you're killing.
Suffocating somebody down there.
Something is suffocating.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, this scared the shit out of
Should
me,
we
dude.
go like up over the mountain? Yeah.
Yeah. Whoopsie! Created a
Whoopsie
fucking
poopsie.
landslide that killed a man. My bad.
I mean, I don't think that was a man.
What is a man anymore, Jojo?
I haven't seen one in decades.
Am I a man or am I a muppet?
The muffets and tuffets of life. Ready?
Yep.
Incoming.
Here he comes. Whoa, whoa, come on, keep it going. Keep it going. Got a hand up your ass? No, not me, mama. You ought to look in the mirror, though.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. All right. I can almost see your new home, buddy.
I mean, I can see it. I see our house.
Well, not from his
I
perspective.
see it. I can almost see it.
Where are your mine tracks at?
Dreaming. We'll never reach it.
This is fantastic. Here he comes. Do you see these new horizons, what's it, Jethro?
Jethro.
Jethro. A land far from home, full of the most fertile villagers you will ever find.
First name Leroy. Last name Gibbs. It's totally fictional characters. Never
Why
existed
not
anywhere
use
before.
a boat to lead to transport the villager.
Listen, chat.
Well, listen. Wait, we could use a boat now. It's just downhill, right? And then there's water.
Oh yeah, you're so right.
Yeah. Do you have enough wood
Well,
to make a boat?
wouldn't that hurt him?
No, it won't hurt him. There's no fall damage with boats.
I don't have any wood. That's very brave of you to assume I brought wood with me.
I might have
I
enough.
have hay bales.
Hang on.
Can't leave Mark Harmon out of this. Mark Harmon is what is in whatever I want him to be, okay?
Okay, well. Just go ahead and push him. I'm gonna go get a piece of wood. And, make a boat.
Okay. Listen, I was trying to frantically think of any other thing that I know with the name Jethro, and I could only think of Gibbs. I'm so sorry.
Dude, there's so many, like, fucking landslides of sand around here. It's crazy shit. Whoa! How fun. all these piggies.
Look at all these chickens.
I'm fucking them up. God damn, since when was there this giant fucking hole in the ground full of ores and shit?
Over there?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that on our run over here originally.
No, you didn't.
I almost jumped in it. I specifically remember. I was like, oh, there's like some shit down there. As I almost fell into it.
There's no way. I don't buy it for a second.
What playing some Minecraft?
Minecraft. Hey, Luce.
You have the wood yet?
Yeah, I do, but I gotta craft the boat.
I don't want to leave man in the boat
I know,
over
it's
here by
about to get
himself.
fucking- well, then just go to
Yeah, and
sleep.
It's dark. I don't have a bed. You have
I
the bed.
Oh, I have the bed. Oh, fuck. Let me go to sleep then.
He's fine. He's safe.
Okay. I'm gonna check this chest. There could be something.
I
very
logged
nice
in and he looked at me and he was like, please never leave again.
Never. I was so scared.
I was so scared overnight.
Ow.
There were zombies.
Dude, what the fuck is it like a stronghold? Oh no, it's a nether portal thing. Ooh, obsidian. A fortune 3 shovel.
Karen, we'll come back to the hole later.
The hole's gone. It's a blue bed. It's pretty, sold from the desert. The desert people have cool beds. I also saw there was a fell-shaped cat in the desert too.
A fell-shaped cat because they're all the same shape.
No, he was white.
That would be colored.
Well, shapes, colors, same thing. Have a tiny head. Listen, Thel is growing into his head just fine. He's just very long. Ow! Oh, fuck.
Bro, unrelated to Minecraft at all. The fool just posted in the partner chat a picture of a rib cage on the doorstep of Edgefield outside of the house.
No way.
Yes. And in
Oh
his
my
picture,
God.
he's just pointing at it. And I'm gonna show this because this is too fucking funny. This fucking picture. It's a fucking rib cage right there.
Okay,
Fuck,
and now
dude.
if I break this minecart, you think he'll fall just straight into the boat?
You
This is-
should,
this is-
theoretically.
This is gonna be very risky, Jojo.
Well, what happens if he doesn't fall in the boat?
He
He'll wander
fucking
around.
runs away. Possibly jumps off the cliff. Is that a bear or a camel?
It's a camel.
He's out of the boat! Get in the fucking boat, sir!
How do you get him to get in it?
Oh, fuck, Jojo.
fuck.
We're cooked. He's running home! No!
Hold on. Can we just like dig him into a hole so he can't?
Dig him into a hole, quick! Oh, goodness gracious.
No! Stop being smart. No, stop being smart.
Sir, get in my boat. Get in my boat.
Okay, well, he's kind of going the direction we need him to go.
Sir! I knew this was a terrible idea. He's breached containment!
No! Go back down.
Hang on, I'm gonna run him over with the boat. Here I come, bitch!
I didn't do shit.
No! Push him on! Get him on! Push him on! Get on, bitch!
Can he get in with you in there?
Yeah, he sits on the back. I
Bro,
think.
he won't go on the boat. He won't go.
Get on the fucking boat.
He's like literally jumping out of the boat. Because I saw him fucking sit in it and then he just jumped out.
No, he can't. Once he's in, he can't move.
I don't know.
Sir!
He didn't put his legs in all the way.
I'm gonna come run him over again.
He just jumped off a fucking cliff.
Jojo, if he fucking dies, is he
He's
dead?
right here. He's right here. He's right here.
Okay, I'm coming.
No!
Ah! This was a fucking terrible idea!
Okay, wait. What? Can we like build walls around him?
Yeah. If we build walls together, he can't make it out. Let me. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Sir! Oh my God! Stop!
Can you push him this way? I have a little hole.
I can't push him. He has free will.
He doesn't have that much free will. It's Minecraft.
Push him in the hole. Push him in the hole.
No!
You were so close.
Stop trying to go home. No one even wants you there.
They don't even love you. Yeah, build around him, Jojo. Quick!
Okay, he's in.
Okay.
He's in. Stop. He's in.
He's in. Okay.
How do we get the boat? in
Okay.
here?
Hang on. I have an idea. No, put.
It's flat. It's flat now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We need that to be
No,
dirt.
no.
Put some dirt right here. Okay.
I don't
Well,
have dirt.
Fuck. If he tries to jump out, don't let him jump out.
Hold on. It has to be dirt.
Okay, we're good. No. It doesn't have to be dirt. I just want to know. Okay, so I'm gonna dig under this block. Okay. I'm gonna dig under this block, and I'm gonna put the boat. But now it doesn't even matter if he's on a boat because we're fucking down the hill.
No. We can literally just push him off.
Wait. I can go this way. I can go this way.
Yeah, that way.
Okay. Okay. We need to make everything below his feet dirt, so I need to break the blocks below him. Okay, there we go. There, that's one. Okay. All right, right here. I'm gonna put the boat. Maybe. Please. I gotta make it too wide for the fucking... It's the most interesting day of his life. Okay.
I have more dirt if you need.
Okay. We're gonna put the boat down here. Do you have like a bucket of water, perhaps?
No.
Make this a little...
My inventory.
You don't really have fucking anything, huh?
Yeah, no. Well, I didn't know what we were gonna need, really. I have emeralds, cactus, some bundles.
Yeah, a shovel? Bundles of what?
I do have shovels.
Well, can you dig out this sand?
They're just here. I'm throwing the shovel. Oh, I threw it like right on top of you.
Okay. Well, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make a pipe that leads straight into this boat, and we're gonna drop him down the pipe into the boat.
Cyan Beauty, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you. Hello.
Okay. He can now go nowhere except into this boat once we break the floor.
Right.
Alright. Villager? Laundry chute style is what they call it, actually. Alright, sir. We're putting you down the laundry chute. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna push him in.
Okay.
Put. How is he not in the fucking boat? Oh, is he in it now?
Now he's in the boat. It looks like he's in the boat.
You better be in. No, he looks like he's just standing on it, Jojo, menacingly.
He's just standing.
Okay, hang on. I'm creating an airlock.
Okay.
Sir, he's not on this fucking boat.
Why won't he get on it?
Can villagers not get in? Ow! Ow! Ow!
Are you suffocating him?
I was suffocating. Okay, first.
Oh.
Where's your concern for my health?
I didn't know what the sound was coming from. Other than your mouth. Can they not get on boats? I'm so confused.
I thought
Never
villagers,
had this much trouble.
They can get on boats, just not Jethro. Jethro?
Jethro doesn't know how to use a boat.
Please, Jethro, get on this fucking boat, sir.
Jethro, I need you to get on the boat. Look at me. Look at me. I know it's scary and you think we're going to push you off a cliff and you're right, but I need you to get on the boat, Jethro. If you don't, you'll never bed another woman ever again, Jethro.
Jeff, listen, man to man, Heart to heart. 1,000,000% villagers can get in boats. Okay. All right. He just needs to...
Jethro is just all knowing. He's a knower.
Jeff. My guy.
Do you think he won't get on it because he senses hostility? Is it like, do we need to bring
He's
him an offering of like
stupid!
fish?
He's stupid. He doesn't fucking know what the fucking offering is. Get in the fucking boat, sir. Does the boat need to be in water? Like what?
What was his task? He didn't have a task. Like if you right clicked on him, he had nothing. He was a nitwit.
He's a nitwit.
He's a nincompoop.
He's a ball sack. Num cum.
No, he didn't have a job. His buddy, though, I gave him hay bales for some emeralds, so that was a good trade.
It's about to be nighttime.
Jethro, please.
Did he just get in the boat? Jojo, he's in the fucking boat! He's in the boat!
He's in the boat!
Okay, we need to go to sleep. We need to go to sleep. Oh,
Tell me when you come back.
Okay, it's not nighttime just yet. How is it not fucking nighttime?
Why did it take him 5 business days
There
to
we
get in
go.
the fucking boat?
It's a good fucking question. Because he had to do it on his own.
No, it's still nighttime.
Yeah.
You said okay, and I thought that
Alright,
meant you
it's
were
back.
done. No, I knew you weren't BSing. I was just like, why the fuck won't he get in the boat?
Yeah.
Like,
All
he
right.
had a very, very specific set of skills that he needed in order to get into the boat.
All right, now we just need to go only downhill for the rest. Is he in the
Oh,
boat?
Cam.
He's in the
He's
boat?
in the boat with you. Yeah, he's in the boat.
Okay.
You're good. He's holding on to your shoulders. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. There we go!
Take him home. I'm gonna clean up this shit over here and get my hay bales back.
You know, by the time, with all the time that fucking took, we could have just built the fucking minecart.
We could have just gotten there the rest of the way. But at least this way we have more control over him, I guess.
Greased pig.
Literally.
All right. I'm now on a beautiful fucking cruise with him across the water. Like, this is romantic almost. Happy Pride.
That's what I'm saying. He's holding your shoulders. It's
I wonder if
sunrise.
this is how my grandpa felt when he had to go to Ellis Island. Y'all are fucking ridiculous.
Ow, fuck.
All right, I'm whole ass about to fucking just stop. What the fuck, Jethro? He wouldn't let go of me. I'm about to
Pride.
just fucking dig a little river into here.
Dig a tiny river into, your villager sex dungeon?
It's not a sex dungeon.
You're not yet.
You need to cop. There's bad optics.
Oh, well, Jethro is going to be the sexy, right? So,
ROWING.
oh, fuck ma. Oh, fuck.
The Jethro harem.
Yes.
All right, Jethy boy. Sexy as opposed to the sexer? Yes, that is correct.
Yes.
There are two kinds
One
of
is
people
called
in this world.
assault, and one is called being assaulted.
The sexy and the sexer.
Yes.
Sounds like a
In
good
a
book.
criminal court of law. These are their stories.
The fucking To Catch a Predator movie starring Robert Pattinson that's coming out. It's crazy work.
Is that actually happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard something about it. I was like, I don't know if that's fucking real. So I
That's
just
real. I
ignored
saw a
it.
trailer for it.
Robert Pattinson is doing all kinds of really cool projects these
To
days, and
separate
I love that
himself
for him.
those fucking awful ass Twilight movies.
I mean, I never even like equated him to Twilight. Well, as soon as he did a singular other movie after Twilight, I was like, oh, okay, sick. Like he's legit.
I mean, he was also in movies before Twilight.
Yeah, he was. But
He was
I
in
mean,
the
also,
Goblet
like,
of Fire.
if we're being honest, like he was one of the better parts of Twilight, really. So
Being Batman
Yeah.
doesn't erase Twilight. No, not all the way.
it doesn't erase Twilight. It just puts him on a higher pedestal than
All right.
those lesser.
We've got 2 beds, 2 villagers. We need 1 more bed, actually.
One more bed.
And then we need a bunch of fucking sexy bread.
Where the fuck should I put these? One more time. I'm gonna put the levers and the minecarts and shit in the miscellaneous chest.
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous.
How's my sugarcane farm going?
I haven't touched it, so I'm sure it's going. I'm sure it's going just fine.
Oh yeah, it's got sugarcane in it, that's for sure.
One more time.
All right, I need
What
bread
the fuck should I do with
and
emeralds?
beds
Beds.
before we can make them bread. Breed. Oh, there's beds right here. Swag. All right.
Ooh.
Hey, Thel. You coming to be a nuisance again? Yeah.
No, Dad.
Yeah, he just rubbed his head all over my keyboard and typed things. Yep, he just muted my fucking volume. Del. You can't mute my volume.
Darian, stop doing it. There.
Quiet. You can sit right here if you'd like. Sit on my lap if you'd like.
That's what Santa Claus says. Haha.
Come sit on my lap. No. He said,
Come sit on my lap, Sonny Jim.
I'm too fat and chungus to fit on your lap.
Fuck my big chungus life. I'm still trying to get the grass out of our fucking house. It's been
I'll
bothering
tell
me.
you what I want for Christmas. Oh yeah, our floor is grass, isn't it?
Grassma.
Yeah, he's big Cricket Chaos. He is no longer a tiny kitty that'll fit in your palm. He is
Can
he's
I?
on track to be bigger than Momo. Shortly.
Shortma. Oh. What if I did this? Because we have no use for this block other than this. And it would get it out of the chest.
Okay, what did I need? I needed another bed down there. And some bread so they can bread.
Breadma.
Oh my god.
So yeah, under that is the mine shaft that I'm making. What if we did this diorite?
Not mine shaft.
How's this?
Hey, so basically, I'm gonna like dig a little piece off your mine shaftma here to be a little entrance to my sex dungeon. I mean my villager housing unit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I need an iron door.
That sucks. Ugh.
Mine chefma.
I have 6 stacks of polished diorite. Is that enough to do the ground floor? Probably.
She's polishing my diorite, and I'm dire for it.
a nice different tone.
Oh. I'm dire for her right. Does that make sense?
Should dire on my right till I polish.
She's not dire wrong.
Oh no, can I break this? Oh no. I need to make a pick.
Iron pick?
Yeah, just like a basic pick.
Isn't it iron pick?
Yeah, probably. I just can't break it with my hands.
All right, villagers.
One more time.
Your warden is here.
I'm fine. I fell in another hole.
Oh, actually, I
It's fine.
can't have 1 block wide holes or else the babies will escape. I mean, what? That sounds so crazy. Why would I be worried about babies escaping?
That sounds normal. I mean, you are a white guy. And just lean into it. It's more menacing if you are just, you know, in it. Yeah. Just be an enemy. Anima.
Enema. Enema the state. Look, they have sunlight coming down here, so they're happy.
They can fuck ma in the sun. Sure.
Cameron's got a sex dungeon for villagers. That's a lie.
Yeah. No, that's factual. I'm Cameron's PR agent, and I'm just gonna tell you straight up that yes, he made a breed farm.
That villager just ate my bed.
Oh,
He whole ass just ate the bed.
ate it? Like gobble, gobble, gobble? Or
It's
just
gone.
like made it disappear?
It disappeared from my inventory and the ground in one fell swoop. It's all gone.
Well, he said, well, you want me to be your prisoner? You're gonna have to try harder. So wait, that was your actual bed? You don't have one now?
It wasn't my actual bed. It was a bed I was going to use so they could make a baby.
Oh.
These villagers are to be both submissive and also breedable.
Something, something, baby, no money. Maybe no money, but baby, all the emeralds.
Is baby no money breedable?
That's that song that he has.
Oh.
Submissive and breedable. That's literally a song.
I don't know.
Did you really not know that was a Baby No Money song?
No.
It's Baby No Money and Smosh.
Oh.
It's super funny. You
Damn.
should listen to it. It fucking slaps. It's so funny.
Oh, now that orange bed reappeared in my inventory. What the fuck?
Probably just server lag, honestly.
Don't look at me like that.
Submissive
fucker.
and breedable. We something guys and we're easily pleasable. I can't remember the word. Some little guys. I think that's what it says. Little guys. So funny.
All right.
Remember when I said
Oh,
six
one more
stacks
one
should be
to go.
enough?
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't think so.
6 stacks of what, ma?
We're some little guys and we easily pleasable. Ooh la la. S-I-M-P.
All right, you guys ready to fuck? Jimbo!
You mean Jethro?
Jimbocious subscribed to your channel for 12 months.
1 year, 1 year. Hey, can you guys wake up and start fucking?
That's what she said. Ooh la la.
Any Jojo get killed by a mob or get lost? Jojo, get lost!
I never get lost in
Get a
Minecraft,
grip.
so that shouldn't even
That's
be on
actually
your fucking
not,
bingo.
That's not true at all.
I very,
we should
very
sleep.
rarely
I don't
get
know if these
lost in
guys.
Minecraft.
I don't think these guys fuck in the dark.
You don't think they only fuck with the lights on?
I don't think they only fuck with the lights on. They like to see it happen. They like to see the They like to see the sausage get made.
I mean, I feel that.
Dong bong dong bong bong.
Our floor is so shiny.
All right, have sex.
They're not gonna do it if you're looking.
Yes, they will.
Why are you looking?
They-
Can we get Cam Savoyer on the bingo, please?
They need more bread, I guess. Start having sex now.
Simply, thanks for 54 months.
Whatever, guys. Whatever. I gotta go get more bread. I'm out of bread.
You like the floor?
Yeah, it's very shiny. Very shiny. Did you wax them?
Yeah, I rubbed my wet pussy all over the floor.
Oh
Is
my!
that-
Okay, I'm disconnecting. What in the hell?
Just trying to give Cam the jump scare.
Uh-huh. It's like, you know, waxing a
I
floor
meant-
requires like a giant like sandpaper like brush
Wait,
that
what
spins
did Zach
around in
Baggins
circles.
say? Zach Baggins just said something about diseases.
The snail
fucking
trail?
so
Oh
funny.
my god, mama, you're banned too. You guys are
No,
fucking
listen,
strange.
I was talking about a cat. I was talking about cat. Wet pussy.
Okay.
God, Cam, get your fucking mind out of the gutter, animal.
Who's calling who strange? Criminal Minds? Bro, I did not kidnap anybody and put them in a sex dungeon.
I mean,
Can you crossbreed a desert villager with a forest villager? If you're about to tell me I cannot crossbreed people from different tribes of the village kind, I will
racist.
fucking lose my mind, because that's
Why
the most
can't we have cute
horseshit.
interracial babies?
Exactly. Why can't we have interracial children?
What a good time to join. Hi, Tekken fan. YouTube's having a hoot right now.
YouTube's gonna shut this shit down.
I like this so much better. I like this so much better. This is great. This is amazing. Oh, it's so shiny.
Do you got more bread anywhere? Oh,
Shiny.
there's a bunch of wheat right here.
Yeah, look at the edibles.
Take
No,
it.
in the edibles.
There's nothing in the edibles, bro.
Oh, okay. I put bread in there. You must have taken it. But yeah, there's a bunch of hay bales. Make some bread.
These
Bread, ma.
fuckers better start sexing. They should just need jobs. Oh, they need jobs. Fuck. Okay, I need to make a lectern.
They can only have sex if they have a job.
I think so. How are they gonna
That should
support
be
the
a rule
child?
in the United States.
Okay.
You may only have sex if you have occupation.
JoJo supports eugenics, by the way, guys.
I did
What you
not say
saying?
that. Listen. For the right price. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, where are the books at? I need a book
Put
to
a
make a
few
lectern.
zeros on that paycheck. You can eugen any of my icks.
She's eugening my icks.
Eugen on my icks.
Yeah, absolutely huge. These these icks are huge.
They've got huge icks in my.
Massive icks, actually. They've never had bigger icks. Call him John Eugenics. Okay. What the fuck is a bamboo raft? A cherry boat with a bush? I can't fucking read. I'm having a stroke.
Read my.
You can put chess on a boat, is what I'm
Yes.
saying. Not a
I
bush on your chest.
I genuinely had no idea what you were trying to fucking say until you just reset it. I was like,
Oh
what kind of boat has
God.
bushes on it? I was like so fucking confused.
You shaved your bush?
You shaved your bush and put it on a boat?
The 5 different ways of saying you shaved your bush. How the fuck do you build a
Shaving your
lectern?
bush is the leading cause of autism. That's
Shout
facts,
out to John Bush. He's
Bro, this
related to
floor
George
is so
Bush.
shiny, it literally looks like I
It's-
fucking waxed it.
Just shut the fuck up. How do I make a lectern?
Waxma.
Chat.
I don't know how you make a lectern.
Lectern. Oh, I need a bookshelf, not just books. God fucking damn it.
You can make a bookshelf. Calm down. Calm down. Bertha.
Book.
We have some leftover books. Oh, we did. Did you take them?
Did I just hear someone die in the background?
Maybe. Are you dead? No, I think those are just cabinets that are slamming.
Oh.
Did you take the books? I had books
There's
in it.
only 2 books that I took, man.
Okay, well then let me just go make some more cows and slow. You took all the wheat. Why didn't you use the hay bales to do that?
Brother in Christ, where the fuck are the hay bales for that?
They were right next to the wheat.
Where?
I had took them and made them into wheat.
All right.
They were literally at the end of this row.
Ain't nobody fucking until we get some jobs, all right?
I'm working on it. Oh, that's how you make bread. I don't need to make bread. I need to go make cows. Oh, fuck. Get away from the gate, you pansies. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I'm holding meat in my hand. That's cannibalistic of me.
The lion does not concern himself with the chest organization system. You're right, I'm the lion. And the bush is on my chest.
How many? We just need one more book?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I got 1 leather. Coming. Really need to breed up those cows. I killed a lot of them.
Thank you for calling JoJo Complaints on Bingo.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Make a bookma. Here.
Okay. Bookshelf. Then I'm pretty sure I just need a bunch of slabs.
Slap my.
Slab my ass. And I'm gonna need multiple books.
We don't have any more leather. And it's gonna take a couple days to get more leather from the cows. Unless I can make... I can't make books with a rabbit hide, right? Can't do that. It's just leather, right? So...
Yeah, I got beds for them. I could have sworn you could sex villagers without jobs.
I mean, won't they just be dumb?
Dumb kids. Were you saying unemployed people are stupid?
Yes. Myself included.
Someone get a job? All right, now have sex.
Yes, Cam has beds down there. It's they have beds. That's not the issue.
They're
in your
having
bed.
sex!
And you're just watching? Disgusting.
I need to know if it's working. I'm like a scientist.
That's not how that works.
You breed them with bread? Yeah.
They're holding hands and locking eyes.
Okay, and he
I hear
has
babies.
Frostwalker. Oh yeah, he's got a baby. I'm breaking it. I'm taking his job though. Sorry, buddy. Get a different job.
Sorry, buddy. You're too stupid.
This guy wants 9 emeralds for a bookshelf. 20. Oh, this is a good paper trade though. 24
Yeah.
paper for an emerald.
That's not bad, yeah.
Yeah. That's all right.
Yeah,
That's all right.
we're floating in fucking sugarcane, so that's a good...
that's the point. That we use
Yeah.
sugarcane to make the money, you know?
Yeah.
Please stop heavy breathing while they're having sex. What do you mean? I'm just watching. Monster, how should I feel? He just lie here, looking through the window. Why are you in my sex dungeon, Jojo?
Can I get emeralds from him?
Well, let me fucking get a trade with him first.
That's what I was gonna do, but I didn't know if it was gonna break anything.
No. What a deal! I got 2 emeralds. It's this
You
guy.
don't have anything.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's fucking stupid.
He's nimwit.
Nimwit!
Nice.
Alright.
Also, it might be your sex dungeon, but it's in my basement, buddy, so back off.
This is our basement. And our sex
I
dungeon.
dug it out all by myself.
Dugma. Alright. Now that we have a paper trade for emeralds, now we need to get some enchantment trades to spend our emeralds on.
Yeah.
That is how you play Minecraft. Oh, we also must sleep. This isn't a democracy anymore.
I'm coming.
Carl, you got walkers all around you. They're in the woods. I actually have one of my new bit redeems is that, and it lasts a long time. Carl, come on, girl, you got walkers all around you. They're in the woods. They're in the RV. Redstone.
That's racist. What about Blackstone?
Did you know
Couple.
that not only is there a blacksmith, there's also a whitesmith?
Is there?
And I'm not talking about Will Smith. He's black. Talking about a whitesmith is one who works with like silver and stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I Googled it once.
Why did I just make torches when there's 2 stacks of torches in here?
Stupid.
Didn't even know we had all these.
Whitesmith, yes. White Will Smith.
Torchma. Oh my god. Did you hear that?
Oh yeah.
He's feeling feisty.
Oh, I'm down here buying shit from him, and he's shitting out emeralds.
Right. I have cooked up all of the things. Also, our enchantment area is deliciously done.
Bro, I'm pulling in dough right now. Have those cows fucked yet?
No. It is a new day though, because we slept, so I can go breed them again.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life.
And I'm feeling good. We only
Yeah,
have 4 adults in here. It's gonna take
kidnapping
for
villagers
fucking ever.
is the way to go in Minecraft because it's how you get emeralds, and you use emeralds to buy enchantment books, and you get really nice enchantments.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Oh, now is he's not only selling. Wait. Oh, I mean, he's actually discounting this enchantment book by 11 emeralds. He's trading it for 10 books. We'll give you a Punch 2 book. I don't really care about Punch, to be honest.
Punch
but
2 is the dumb one to get, yeah.
It's okay. He's my paper guy. Dude! Give me the money! Alright. Can trade 9 emeralds for a bookshelf.
That seems like a steal. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. All right. We are bringing in the dough now. I got 10 emeralds.
I've been putting the emeralds over here. I don't know where else to put them. There's 5 over here.
Oh, yeah. Now we have 15 emeralds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I might go just find some leather. I never found the nether portal, did I? No. I do have a horse to venture to a portal, though. Oh, we saw that wandering villager earlier, and I forgot to steal a lead from him because I thought I already had one. But I'm a liar. Oh my god, dude, you've got these sheep are tied up! Oh my god!
And then the sheep are in the pens.
Yeah, they're... Oh my god.
They get 1 grass block of space. That's all they need.
I've never seen such... This is worse than my villager dungeon.
I let them come out to fuck, and then I put them back in.
Did you practice kidnapping villagers while you were in Europe? What do you think they do in Europe? What?
I mean, that's not too far-fetched, honestly.
JoJo is micromanaging sex. It's kind of fucking crazy.
You're also doing the same thing, Cameron.
They have more than a singular grass block to their name.
These ones have more than that as well.
Yeah, they're not free range, bro.
They're living in it right now.
Okay.
They come out when they need to.
And do you decide when they need to?
Yeah.
This is not a democracy.
Anymore.
I'm riding my horse, and I'm gonna find some cows.
Take my horse to the old town road.
I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I got the horses in the back. Horse tack is attached. Hat is matte black and the boots are black to match. Riding on my horse. You can whip your Porsche. Whatever happened to that guy?
Brown black. He got arrested recently.
Really?
Mental health issues. Yeah, real sad.
Happy Pride, he's gay now. He's always been gay.
Yeah. I
I
think
was like-
yeah, that's why it was controversial when he started making music, because he was gay and people hate that. So,
A gay black man who also raps.
yeah.
It's a rainbow for a reason, man. It's a spectrum.
Hey.
His popularity disappeared a lot when he came out. What, do we only, conservatives only enjoy when gay men are in the closet because they like to fantasize about them?
They are the ones in the closet, the gay men.
Fuck, I can't relate to him anymore. He's comfortable in his own skin. God damn it, my fucking inventory's full of shit from a butt.
Mm-hmm. Doing very important work over here.
I found a fucking donkey!
A donkey! That's actually really good.
Yeehaw!
Oh, we have a trader!
A wandering trader?
Yeah,
kill his
he
fucking-
wants
kill his fuckers.
hay bales for emeralds.
Kill his fuckers.
Kill the llamas?
Yeah,
The camp?
Fell followed me! The white kitty followed me from the fucking village! Oh my god.
You want this wandering trader?
I want his leads.
Oh, I see. You don't want any emeralds from him? I mean, he's got hay bales for emeralds. That's really good.
Well, I don't have any hay bales.
Just make hay bales out of the wheat. It's 9 wheat. It's a block of wheat. That's all it is.
I ain't got any fucking wheat, man. I'm not home. I'm out here killing cows.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm trying to get leather, man. Come here, bitch.
I got 2 more emeralds from him. Now you want me to kill him?
You don't have to kill him. I just wanted his leads. You can kill his llamas or whatever.
Don't I have to kill him or he won't let the leads go?
No, the leads just drop on the ground.
Feels worse to kill the llamas. Or the alpacas or whatever the fuck these are. Also, if I... They're gonna attack me. Ah, they spit on me!
Mm-hmm.
I got your leads. You were right here the whole time? You
No,
could've just done it yourself.
I literally just fucking got here, you fucker. Damn.
I just looked over after killing them and saw you sitting there and I was like, you fucker.
Just got back.
Here, you want these?
The leadless?
Yeah,
My
here,
inventory's
take
full. I won't
this.
be able to pick them up right now.
Oh, okay. Grab them.
I just have a bunch of horse shit in my fucking inventory. I gotta...
Speaking of horse shit, I'm gonna put some haze in here. Woo! Woo!
Alright, I can take the leads now.
And take these and take this.
Emeralds, 2 of them.
Yeah, I milked him for everything he had before I gutted him. Bro, Nick just delivered me 3 fucking conies. Let's go.
Bruh. From
Let's fucking
Skyline?
go. No, not from Skyline. Just like homemade conies, but they look like Skyline ones. Like they're decked.
That shit sound good.
Yeah. Deckma.
Decma. I guess.
Nice dude, love you.
Can probably go find the stronghold. Also, finding the stronghold will make it very easy to find enough bookshelves to last the end of the time because of the libraries there.
Yeah, for sure.
Decma balls. All right.
All right, let's see here. What order should these colors be in?
All right, let's see if I can make another lectern and get a good enchanted book trade. So annoying, you need a whole fucking bookshelf to make a lectern.
Slide around like an ice cavern on my waxed floors. Would be cool.
How the fuck's Electron even made? Like that? No. Like. Oh, I fucking made it backwards. I'm an idiot. Okay. Who needs a job? Wait, since when were there 2 babies?
Well, they're just gonna keep fucking.
No, they need bread to fuck.
Maybe they had enough bread left over. Do I have to cook the cactus to get the dye?
Cactus Jack.
Jack?
I think so. Sir, why did you just block my ass? Come get a job again. Come get a job again, sir.
Fuck my.
Could you please get a good trade? You have the
I have
same
3
trade as the other
leather,
guy.
by the way. I'll put it in your chest.
Okay. Impaling 4. Okay, suck my dick.
Bone meal.
Wax me. Another fucking paper trade. Okay. Sweeping edge 2. Okay. Don't give a fuck. Give me something good, buddy. Like, give me mending. Give me mending. Looting 3?
Ooh,
That's a pretty good one.
yeah. It's not mending, but it's pretty good.
Looting 3 is pretty alright. Get that little sword.
It's not too shabby.
How high can loot? I think 3 is the lootest. I think 3 is the highest looting can go, right?
3 is the lootiest.
It's looting 3 is the highest, yeah. It's faster to get mending from fishing. Okay,
It is,
but
yeah.
okay. And who wants to sit here on my fucking? This live stream is already boring enough. All right, now you want me to fucking sit here and spam right
Why
click?
do you think it's boring?
I don't think it's boring. Okay, I'm just saying the visual appealingness. Okay, me fucking sit here and just hold right click until I get a book. I'm not doing that. I like gambling. How's my sugarcane farm going? 16 sugarcane, nice. The Cambler. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, well. Oh, you have green dye.
I am hard at work over here. Making sure that I can craft to my heart's desire. What do I need now? I need purple. Fuck. Alright, this one.
Yeah, like I can just buy a mending book whenever I want if I get a mending villager. And that's on God.
It's very true.
They run out, but they refresh. And also, if you end up with enough emeralds to fucking buy out a villager their mending books, like you're... Yeah, my... Okay, Steve's Lava Chicken is playing. Like, if I'm gonna end up buying out my villager for his paper trade. Like, he's gonna run out of emeralds from his paper trade, but then he's gonna come back with more. Yeah. Like, my guy who I trade paper with, he's gonna end up running out of emeralds to give to me for one day.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's gonna give me... then he's gonna be able to do more.
Red, orange, yellow, light green. Happy Pride! I'm making gayness. Okay. Red, orange, yellow, light green, dark green, light blue, dark blue.
Okay. Intro of darkness and redness and whiteness.
It's Pride Month. I have to make the rainbow. What color am I missing? Oh, I'm missing teal. High key. High key, high key.
All right.
Yes. Cyan. Oh, fuck.
Just combining this to one sword. All right. And one bow, please. They should do the 1,000 degree knife challenge. Survival test on Tobuscus's YouTube account. They should actually. They should.
The what on Tobuscus's YouTube account?
1,000 degree knife challenge.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
What up,
shit.
Defini? Minecraft's
Hello.
going very well. We've been making a lot of great progress today. What's the max level enchantment? 30?
Yeah.
So fucking close.
You're not level 30 yet?
Level 26.
I'm 29.
Imagine.
No, I'm basically useless.
Well, I made a diamond chest plate.
Magenta.
Imagine there's no heaven. There isn't for you, buddy. My favorite video is Ben Shapiro reacts to John Lennon's Imagine. It's really a timeless YouTube video.
Why are there 2 sheep in here?
Is that a real thing? It is. You gotta look it up. XP farm with a cactus farm. Gonna smelt the cactus. Yeah, but then you have to get the fuel to smelt the cactus, and then you gotta make a fucking like a fucking seaweed farm or some shit. I'm not really into like fully optimizing fucking Minecraft like that. The most farming I will do is a sugarcane, like automated farming I'll do is my sugarcane farm.
Yeah, same. I'm not one for all the crazy optimization of Minecraft. I just kind of
If you're
prefer to
baiting
play
me,
it.
I'll report you to someone. I'm not baiting you. I think I know there's a video where Ben Shapiro reacts to John Lennon's Heaven, and he goes, "Imagine there is no heaven," and he goes, "Well, it isn't for you, buddy." All right, I need like a fence post. Wood. There's a fence post. I love my sheet automation in production and mods. My base rapidly developing into a functional but horrific mess to walk through, usually inside a mountain. You know, like there's other games that do like Satisfactory, like that's like an automation game. You know?
It's a factory game. It is about automation, but like it's very factory based. Yeah. All right, little sheep. My gay sheep are done.
Okay. Gonna make an axe. Would you like to go find the stronghold with me?
Sure. What should I bring? Let me put all my decorations away.
Food,
Food, ma.
a sword, and a bed. Probably pickaxe too.
I have some mutton. Yum.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna make a new
Go ahead
sword.
and sleep before we leave too. My poor friend's computer on Satisfactory. I've never even played it, to be honest. It's not really my kind of game.
Satisfactory is different than other factory games because it actually has like a, if you want it to, it has like a survival aspect where you can like literally just first person run around and like kill monsters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool. And you have to kill some of them to get like the resources you need to when you first start and stuff. But then after that, it's just literally building factories.
All right, I'm taking my bed. And I'm going on an adventure. Adventure awaits.
Coming.
Actually, I'm gonna bring a boat too. We're gonna need a boat for sure. Always need a boat.
I'm just right on your boat. You have enough
So true.
Eyes of Ender?
Yeah,
Or not Eyes of Ender, the pearls?
it's Eyes of Ender. And yeah, I'll go. All right. Now, only if you had a horse. I'm taking my horse. But you're just gonna have to.
Why can't I just ride on your horse with you?
I don't think you can put two people on a horse.
Why not? Why can you put two people on a boat and not a horse?
Because I have a fat ass. I don't fucking know. Let's see which
Do you have a
direction.
fat ass or your horse has a small ass?
I guess maybe both. What if we just bring a saddle and if we run into horses along the way, we will
You could do that.
get you one. Can't you craft saddles nowadays?
I thought you still couldn't.
I thought you could, and that's what we figured out last time.
Oh, can we? Oh.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna bring what leather I do have, because I'm pretty sure that's what we need to make one.
It was like leather and iron or something. Some weird variation of that.
Maybe you can't craft a saddle. Or you maybe need to be in a crafting bench to be able to see it.
Yes, it's 3 leather and 1 iron ingot, and it needs a crafting bench.
Oh, I can make one right now then. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just find a
Hi,
horse along the
Rebecca.
way. Hey, Rebecca. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Surprised they
Where-
let people like you through the door, Rebecca. All
we
right,
going?
let's see which direction we gotta go. Let me fucking toss this bitch. This way. Southwest. Where the fuck did the Ender Eye just land on top of a fucking tree?
Maybe.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm getting a head start because I don't have a horse.
Yeah, my big fat juicy ass is blocking the entry the whole time. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even know how you fucking fit through the door, man.
You guys use doors? I'll just walk through walls
They
with my
put
big
me.
back.
I got a fucking forklift, bro. I got my drops. Good, good, good.
I found more cows. Oh, a fucking Enderman over here too.
Do horses not just fucking drown in the water when you swim with them now, or what?
I think. No, I don't think they drown.
Well, they used to like fall so deep in the water they'd kick you off, but that seems to not be happening anymore.
Hmm.
I have to walk sideways like a crab to get through a door. That's what I thought.
I'm actually wider when I'm sideways, so that doesn't work for me.
Where the fuck did you go, dude?
I just was going southwest. I'm not too far from the water. I'm just on a tree over here.
I see you. Face out the Mounts of Mayhem. Okay, good. That was really
Is it still
fucking
this way?
annoying. Mm-hmm. It's probably gonna be this way for a while. I'm killing a bunch of these fucking cows along the way. TBH. Cow population will not know what the fuck hit it.
Well,
Oh my god.
they might know it was a sword that hit it.
That's true.
I don't see any fucking horses. I'm sad.
You're sad. Get it? It's like a
Sad.
horse, but also like not. It's a kind of like a horse, but not a horse.
Oh, is it? Was that trying to be? Oh, okay.
It
got
could be like a sheep too.
Oh.
Just like a farm animal of some sort.
Yeah, I mean they all sound the same, to be honest.
Bro, didn't we learn about horse diving?
An armadillo.
Doesn't Nick know a horse diver?
Oh yeah, the horse divers. Those people are fucking crazy. I forgot we learned all about that.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's terrifying.
Pictures were insane, man.
They are insane.
Those fuckers were so bored back in the day.
They're like, let's just drive this horse off a cliff and see if it lives. See how far we can go.
It's a big
If
cave
I die
right
in this endeavor when I'm level 29, I'm gonna be really upset.
now. We will not. You brought a bed, right?
Mm-hmm. I
There's-
bought a bed, but that's not gonna stop me from dying.
Yeah, it will. Hey, we're not gonna run into any bad guys.
There's
Unless
bees.
you fucking fall off a. Okay, if you die to bees,
No, the bees weren't angry. There's a bee.
get my horse's big fat ass up this fucking mountain, man.
I'm also struggling to get my fat ass up this mountain.
I've made it. Man, it's beautiful out here in them hills. I'm waiting for you.
I'm digging my way up with a fucking shovel.
Michael with
Almost
a
at the
bee.
top.
Bike.
There's a bee. Yahoo! I'm here. It's so pretty up here.
I know, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh my god.
And then back down the mountain.
Beautiful biome. Hazamea! Ow.
I just broke my horse's legs.
Oh fuck. Oh shit. Shit.
I'm gonna
Hold
have to put
on.
him down.
Yeah. Yeah. I made it.
Dum bum bum dum bum bum. Dum bum bum. Oh my god, the normal cows. I haven't seen you in so long.
I know, we've only seen the bulls.
Brrr.
Where are all the horses? Usually I find so many horses, I don't even need them. I just collect them. Collect ma. You where you're going mostly south, right?
Yeah, I mean, the southwest is like this way. South's that way.
I mean, I have the mini map on my screen, so I can tell directly which way is southwest.
I don't remember how I got rid of my mini map. I did something to get rid of it. It's not that button. Nope, not
Hello,
that button.
sheepma.
That just
There's
disabled
a
my
giant
shaders.
fucking cliff. Oh my god. Gotta go around. Be careful. Don't go directly southwest.
Oh, I
Giant
figured it
fucking
out.
ravine. Figure it out.
Figured it out.
Hello? You can't come in here. You're too tall.
Yes, I will, motherfucker. Come here. Come here. Let me tell you something, man.
Hello? Hey, J Moosh. Let me tell you something, man.
Hey, man, let me ask you something.
This is not a democracy anymore. When was the last time you hit that ender?
A while, man. But I bet if I toss it, it's gonna show the same way.
I mean, possibly. I always have crazy stupid luck on my Minecraft servers when it comes to the end. It's always not very far from where I start.
Well, I'm gonna get up on this mountain and throw it. Alright. Oh! Now it's northwest. And that one fucking exploded. Okay.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
So we went too far southwest.
And I gotta go northwest.
Yeah.
So if it told us to go southwest from here,
Mm-hmm.
and then it told us to go northwest from here, I'm triangulating right now.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. I'm triangulating. Hang on. Southwest. Okay. And then northwest. It's going to be somewhere in this cone.
Mm-hmm.
Holy word. Yeah, I'm triangulating. All right, chat. Oh, fuck, it's nighttime. We got to make beds. Fuck.
I'm already in my bed. I'm way ahead of you,
Bro, you didn't say anything!
You were triangulating. I can't disturb the white man while he's thinking.
Oh my god.
A black sheep. Wow.
Brrrr. Herschel, let me ask something.
I'm going to climb a dirt tower.
Where the fuck are you going?
I was just trying to get up. Thought I was farther ahead of you.
I'm right next to you.
How far do we need to go?
Far enough. I don't know.
I don't think you understand how fast I am.
Hang on tight, spider monkey.
I just had 3 hot dogs and I'm gonna shit bricks. Hello, skeleton. I have reached the water. Hello, Bumblebee. Cam, I don't know where you are.
Northwest. I forgot you don't have a horse.
No, I don't have a horse. Are you just following the river?
I mean, I'm kind of along the river, yeah.
Okay.
I see you. You see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Southwest, northwest. Probably gonna throw another one here momentarily. What did I forget in 10 seconds? Oh, you didn't have a horse? It's not really that I forgot, it's just that I didn't take it into consideration. Get me the fuck out of these trees, man.
Well.
Oh! Hoi! Alright. I'm about to throw another. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, too
I
far!
think we went past it.
Oh, why did it keep blowing up?
I don't know.
Okay. Now we need to go southeast. New waypoint. Southeast. Okay. So now we know southwest, northwest,
We just went too far.
southeast. It's gonna be like right here.
It's a big radius. But yeah.
Here. It's not a big radius, dude. Bye, Miss World.
Bye, night night.
I'm triangulating. This is how they did that shit in Weapons. Fucking found that house. Triangulated all the kids.
Hell yeah, brother. How many more eyes you got?
14.
Oh, we should be fine.
I've never had fucking literally every single one that I've thrown explode. Like, that's such horse shit.
Oh.
Alright. I'm at my marker at my triangulation point.
What's funny is I am at mine as well. I don't know where yours is. Oh, we're super close.
Good. So this one told me to go south.
Just straight south?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that means if this says northwest and this says south, then it's gonna be like right here. Next spot.
I would make sure to check every like couple hundred blocks or so.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Going right where you are right here. That's my point. South more.
Okay.
That just fucking explode too? Where the fuck did it go?
I heard it go ding, but I didn't. I don't know. We've got to be super close.
I guess it fucking exploded.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's right in front of the
Roxy
water.
said south. What'd you say?
I'm right in front of the water that we crossed. True, we should have gone gay south. Yeah, instead of straight south.
True. Pride Month.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I got off my fucking horse. Ow.
This has got to be close.
Oh, this water that you're at? Yeah. Definitely. Yep,
Oh!
I knew it. I think I marked it on my point, but I wanted to come throw it by you.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have to go near, or like across the water.
It's up there, bro. Jesus Christ.
The pearl.
Yep.
The pearl.
The Black Pearl. Okay, I got it.
Nice.
My horse is fucking walking away. Okay.
Like somewhere around here, yeah?
Yep, this is where my triangulation ended up, was right here. Because that one went northwest and this one went south, and this just told us to go north, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's bringing us right about here. I'm gonna post up my horsey, and I'm gonna dig down. Digging
never
straight
get
down,
out.
in fact.
You can do that.
I'm just gonna make a staircase.
Mm.
Worst fucking staircase ever.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
I fucked it up. God damn you! Okay. I don't see shit on my map,
Me neither.
but it's down here somewhere. Probably just not down low enough yet. We're still at plus 40. Oopsie. I can't even fucking see what's on that map. This mini map sucks dick. Ow.
Oh, sorry. I forgot we have PvP on. Oh, I see some cave system.
Yep. I need you to die so I can get bingo. I hope to fucking god I don't die. I'm level fucking 26.
Same, we're really far from home. And
This
we don't have
game
beds.
Makes me mouth breathe. What the fuck does that even mean, Rebecca?
Concentrate? Concentrate real hard? Oh, relaxed. I see. The opposite. The opposite. Oh, there's a bunch of fucking mobs down here. You see that shit? Whoa, 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 whoa! You're
Oh, I see it.
breaking...
I see it. I see it.
Well, hold on. You broke this staircase in a way we can't get back up.
Oh my fucking. Well, just dig around it. Ah! I'm drowning. I'm okay. I'm drowning again. Is this an underwater cave? Or is this...
God, please
Okay.
fucking say it's not.
Do not go in there. Do not go... Let me in! Okay.
You're swimming!
Alright. Well, that's just a fucking solid break of water underground. So...
I mean, I see the thing on the
yeah, I know.
map.
That's where I'm digging to.
You think it's below us, or...?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be right here. Yeah, there it is. There's the stone wall. Boom. Call me Triangulation Nation. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. I'm gonna die.
What?
Okay. I spy. This is why I brought an axe.
I have an axe, too.
Chop these motherfuckers down.
Hell yeah, brother.
Eye armor trim. Some books. An empty map. I'll take that. Sure. So, swag, we made it. The end. The stronghold.
Nice.
This place is gonna be crawling with Z's. When shows refuse to say the word zombie.
I hate that. Oh, there's walkers. I think a lot of shows and movies don't use the word zombie because they don't want to, like, break the fourth wall type shit. You know? Once you say zombie, then it's, like, over. Right. Then everyone's like, oh, zombies.
Yeah, but when you say like they got a bunch of Zeeks out here, like
Yeah, no,
Come
it's
on.
not any better.
I'm in the woods. All right, rob this place for all of its books. Go find that portal. Iron sword, iron chest plate. I'll take that fucking iron chest plate. Mine's about to break. What else should I drop? Gravel, sure. Someone had a trademark over the term zombie? No way.
I don't think they did, but that's how everybody acts. Like, don't say it. The floor is lava.
This place is crawling with— I found it, Jojo!
Okay.
Stop! Oh my god, I can't believe at TwitchCon we got to meet famous Minecraft dyer Filza.
Yeah,
Famous for dying in Minecraft.
we sure did. Oh god, Cam.
The portal is created. I also found diamonds. They're like behind the iron bars here. Holy shit! Oh my
That's
god,
so
there's so many! Holy shit! How big is this vein? Silverfish are in fact real things.
They actually are, yeah.
That is correct. Was anybody doubting that silverfish are not real? Are real?
I think it's one of those things where like a lot of people don't experience silverfish and then they see them in Minecraft and they don't know that they
What if-
really are real.
What if I accidentally fell into the end portal?
If I break the bookshelves without an axe, I don't get the books, right?
Pretty sure you do. They just
Oh.
take a while to break with your hands.
Well, I wasn't using my hands, I was using a pick.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my axe broke when there was like 3 bookshelves left. So I was like, really? Really?
End portal. Let me get rid of all my triangulation
This-
markers.
Turned this fucking library into my bitch. Where'd you go? Through all these iron doors?
I don't know.
I kind of need to know where you went, Cam.
I have to, give me a sec. I'll fucking walk the way I came in. I see your name tag right there.
I see your name tag, yeah.
Walk this way! God dang, you got enough fucking torches, buddy?
I have a full stack plus.
Yeah, well, you don't need to place torches every block nowadays.
No, I'm not placing them every block because I can't see. I'm placing them as like a path for where we went. To get out. Back to the thing. You know, the not getting lost type shit.
Well, there's no
Door.
button on this door.
Fuck this door.
Well, keep exploring this joint for some chests and stuff. Oh, that's empty.
Yeah, it was this way.
Ooh. Ooh. Hang on, I'm getting lost. Oh, it took me in a circle. Cool.
Motherfucker.
Did you get door-mogged?
I did. I fucking hate them.
God damn, it's
Breaking them
down
all.
here. Dude, this stronghold is massive. It just keeps fucking going. Oh my god. Creeper!
Creeper.
Ouch. Ah, he blew up the fucking silverfish block.
No.
Alright. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry, I can't hold the door open for you. All right. Let's get the fuck out of here. Damn, we emptied this fucking thing out.
Yeah, I sure
Jesus.
fucking did. I have like 10 stacks of books.
Well, now we have our path to the dragon these nuts.
Yep.
The portal is open.
Ah!
The dragon will prepare his cheeks for our arrival.
Gotta get some brewing shit up and going so we get some potions.
Potion seller. I'm in need of your strongest potion. You cannot handle my strongest potion. My potions can only be a number of the strongest, and I said you are the weakest. My potions would kill a dragon, let alone a man. Potion seller. I need your strongest potion. Alright, I'm going home.
Alright.
How long we survived in this world? I'm playing it for like we probably played what, about like 5 times?
Yeah, I think.
Probably like a month. Not that long.
But we only play like 3 or 4 hours at a time.
Yeah.
So,
Right. That's not the oldest world yet. Well,
No,
we
I'd
just
say we
found
have-
the end portal.
let's say we have less than 30 hours in this world.
Yeah, probably like 20 some hours. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You cannot handle my strongest potion. My potions are for the strongest, and you are of the weakest. Potion seller.
Potions? That's ridiculous.
You've seen the potion seller video, right? You've seen that? Okay.
I don't know when or how, but I have.
Potion seller. I'm in need of your strongest potions.
Fuck.
I'm a knight. I'm going into battle.
I need a fucking horse.
I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. No way I need armor to defeat the dragon.
The Ender Dragon is kind of a bitch.
I'm about to ender dragon my nuts. We ain't gonna go fight the dragon yet, man.
No, we just needed to find it.
Wanted to find the portal so I can get my mind off of it. Also, so we could steal the bookshelves.
Yeah. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 stacks of books.
Holy shit.
I grabbed every book, and that's not including what you got.
I just grabbed a stack of books.
I got every stack.
Did.
Stack
Stack my books.
my dick in my books.
Stack my butt. Hey, we got winners on Bingus. Shout out. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Happy Bride.
Brian. Except for you, Billy Ray Cyrus. So what ended up happening with that Miley Cyrus returns to Hannah Montana thing on Disney?
It was just like a promotional thing. She was like celebrating 10 years of, or 20 years or something of Hannah or some shit.
Yeah, but like, I thought she didn't like her father. I thought it was like a whole thing of her character arc is that she was like,
she doesn't really like her dad,
So
but
then-
yeah, it was like it was like a reunion for like one singular episode type shit.
right, and they just like acted completely normal for that one.
Well, yeah, that's what acting is. Doing stuff you wouldn't normally do for money.
Right, but that's kind of like, yeah, exactly. It's like for money, it's like selling out. Like, I feel like that just doesn't.
Yeah.
Seem like
Oh my god, I
very-
love my dad so much. Hello, press. Yeah, I love my dad so much.
Well, I thought she
best
was.
dad.
I thought she was very openly against her dad, and like,
She very openly doesn't. She just doesn't want to be like directly associated with her dad type shit. Like she wanted to make her own name, kind of shit. She's very, very, very close with her mom. So
who's her mom?
her mom is a nobody. It's just she really likes her mom.
Mm.
But I think that's why she likes her mom. Also, if Billy Ray Cyrus was your dad, you wouldn't like him either.
Yeah, I'm not. I agree with her. I'm just. It was weird seeing them be all lovey-dovey in the like the trailers
I mean,
saw for
they're
it.
still father and daughter. Like I'm sure they love each other. She just is like, fuck you, dad.
Hate you, Dad. Dad.
Family's complicated,
I guess so. Yeah.
especially when your family's famous.
You get the best of both worlds. Till I take a stone, then you rock out the show.
Like if some company came to me and was like, "Hey, we'll give you $1 million if you pretend like your dad is your favorite person in the fucking world," I would do that shit.
Fank said it
You
was
know?
ass, and also Chapel Roan was there.
Chapel Roan was there, yeah, and then I saw that like there was a bunch of people that didn't come that I guess were supposed to. So like
what's that
wasn't even
fucker's
really a
name?
reunion.
Mitchell Musso.
I don't even know. I didn't watch Hannah Montana. I was too old for that shit.
I guess you're right.
That was my sister's era.
Do
not come.
Sugarcane farm. You know, we got kind of lucky. The end wasn't too far away.
Yeah, dude, that's like actually insanely fucking close for an end portal compared to what the fuck I have had before. Much longer play should start on the card. I would just leave it on this card. You get the best of both. I can put my fucking bed back, dude. I need to get level 30. I want to fucking enchant something once at least, man. Shit, my respawn point.
Oh yeah, good point. I forgot we took our beds.
Mm-hmm. Was expecting it to be a much longer journey. It was not.
Yeah. Respawn point set.
We now have 5 billion books.
Hell yeah, we fucking do. Let me empty my inventory. We should probably have a chest above yours. I'm gonna put just the books in.
What the fuck are ites? Oh, granite, andesite,
Diorite.
diorite.
All the ites.
Right. Mm-hmm. God damn, we got bookmas. But also, granite is like not pronounced granite, but
I know.
we'll look past that just for one silly little
I
thing.
didn't want to type them all out, so. we need more coal. We're running out of coal in our furnaces over here.
Dude, oh my god, the best part about the end is gonna be making a fucking XP farm. An
Hell yeah,
Enderman
it is.
XP farm.
It really sucks we haven't found a good, like, mob spawner in the overworld.
Yeah. I wonder
Because
how
I make some
my-
bitchin' mob spawner farms. But we found that one zombie one, I think. But zombies fucking suck to make a spawner for.
There are now a bunch of adult villagers in here.
Nice.
Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
Fuck.
They're all gonna fucking inbreed.
Ever need wool or dyes or anything that makes colors or to decorate? This chest underneath the decorative one it has all that shit in it.
Okay.
You know, 'cause I know how much you love to decorate.
I love decorating. They call me the decorator.
Decorate ma.
They call me the Jorkinator.
If I could just get one more fucking level, I could enchant my diamond pick finally. Asthma.
All right. Sugarcane, vapor. Dude, I have
Oh,
so
my
I'm
sheep.
rolling in the fucking money.
Rolling in the deep. Come look at my gay sheep.
Gay fish. You have a whole rainbow of sheep.
Yeah, every color. All 16.
Oh, damn.
Uh-huh. And then in here is the other 8.
Damn. That's crazy.
No matter what color you need, just pull one out, shear it, breed it if you need more of that color. It's unlimited wool. And now we can make wool stairs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't done that yet.
Let's go sleep. I'm gonna go farm some more sugarcane, make some more dough.
Dough.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. All right.
Sugar
Chilling out,
cane.
taking snow, and then you fuck all your hoes.
Yes, I love fucking my hands. Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
I guess I'm just gonna go strip mine.
Okay.
I just need some levels.
I think I get levels by trading with the villagers, so.
I mean, I need one more fucking level. It's like cooking stuff or trading or killing stuff.
Son of a bitch. Oh my
If there's
god.
anything I could slaughter.
Brutal, man.
Fish? Can I get XP for killing fish? Oh, fishing gives XP. Actually, a fuckload. Might do that. Might make a fish rod.
Fish my balls. Alright, give me some emeralds, sir. Yeah. 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 Damn. Sounds like we're jorking it down here, really.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man. Now I got 12 emeralds from that. I do need a fish for a cat. That's actually true. Minerals. I have 30 emeralds now.
Damn, I found another villager.
In that village that's nearby?
On top of the mountain.
Nads, thank you for the 5 big
Nads
months.
underscore and underscore
lives up
indigo
here alone.
subscribed to your channel for 5
Damn.
months.
Well,
On top
maybe
of the mountain. He has 2 houses, actually.
we'll just leave him there, I guess.
Yeah.
I need
He should
Jojo. I
live.
need 1 more emerald to buy
Okay.
this looting book, and then we can because if you don't buy something from the villager, their trades will recycle. And so I need to buy this fucking looting book so it locks in the trade. Don't rename that. So I just need like a little
What
bit
do you
more
need to
paper.
get an emerald?
Just a little bit more paper. Got any more paper anywhere? Got any more paper? I need like 2 pieces of paper.
This guy up here has trade. Let me see what he has.
3 pieces of paper. 3 pieces of paper.
Did you get all the paper out of the chests that we already have?
Yes. I sold all the
Okay.
paper.
Did you check the not the edibles, the raw food chest for the sugarcane?
Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call. Good call.
This guy wants beetroot for.
Oh
an
yeah,
emerald.
raw food has so much. Oh my god, we're rich.
Yeah, that's where I've been putting it.
Oh my god. Holy shit, we got so much money, Jojo.
Mm-hmm.
We're fucking.
What are you buying from him?
A looting 3 book.
Oh, nice.
And that
For
way
all those emeralds?
for 30 emeralds, yeah. It's not that many emeralds.
It's not, but I don't know if you realize how lucrative fishing is.
Well, I
am
not
I
gonna sit
usually
and
go.
auto farm. You know, fishies like.
Yeah, but you just get one really good fishing rod and then it's like money. Because even the shit that you get from the fishing that you don't want.
Well, I got
It's like-
44 emeralds now. I'm balling. All right. Oh fuck! I need to trade him a book too. 31 emeralds and a book. Only if we had books. Oh, it's just about mine. 1 book, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the fishing rod with mending on it is like unlimited fucking. And the crazy part about it is I've never had to go find a mending book. I usually get one from fishing. So
Oh.
I do need a bow, but I need. What am I missing? I can make a fishing rod. No, I can make a fishing rod. Put it in the other
Strings
order.
and
Damn it.
sticks. All right, I put the enchanted.
And then
books
you
up
also
there,
have
too.
unlimited food from fishing. And cats.
Yeah. And cats. That's true too. Damn, that leveled me up all the way to 28 doing that. Swag.
See what I get.
Well, I just wanted to lock in a decent enchantment once it came up. And Looting 3 was the first good enchantment that came up, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna lock it in. Let's see what other enchanties I can get.
I need it to rain. Does it even rain? No, we're in the savannah. Fuck.
Yeah. Why does it need to rain? Oh, for fishing?
Yeah, you get better shit when fishing in the rain, and you catch more often as well.
Fishing in the rain.
There's like a fishing pedestal out here. This is sick.
No, I need that and that. And then these books.
Oh my god, I already have almost half a level just from fucking 3 fish. Forgot how good fishing XP was. It's so fucking good.
Okay. All right, who wants a job?
Me.
Not you. JoJo's
Alright.
quitting streaming to go work at McDonald's.
Bro, I got a puffer fish.
Eat it. Why are none of you taking this job? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm actually cooked. Like if if streaming ever just like collapses for some reason, I'm gonna have to get rid of my car and probably move into a small bungalow
Oh, hey, nothing wrong with the bungalow. Where are my bungalow havers at?
with 100 kids.
Yeah. The kids can go live on their own.
It's basically like being homeless.
Oh! Whoa! Oh! Wait.
What'd you get?
Well, it's Aqua Affinity, I guess, which is nice, but it's only for 10 emeralds.
That's a ripoff. I wouldn't take Aqua Affinity for 10 emeralds.
Okay, why? Do you not want Aqua Affinity? We don't like Aqua Affinity. Don't we need that
We
for like the
don't
Guardian
need-
stuff? Like the
Okay, if that's like
Underwater thing?
one fucking thing, are we even gonna go do that?
I've actually never done that in my life. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
The Guardians are like one of the hardest things I think in Minecraft to do, to be honest. It fucking sucks over there. And
Yeah,
with or without Aqua Affinity, I think that shit's gonna suck. Aqua Affinity's okay, but like 10, I don't know, 10 emeralds just seems so steep. I literally never do fucking trading to get my books. I just get lucky.
Pharrell Williams said that back in the
I'm
day.
up all night to get fishing.
Look, I have 10 emeralds. I'm doing it. I'm locking it in.
Anala, any Ghost Adventure plans for this year? Yeah, next month.
We were just talking
Probably gonna
about
make
that, actually.
probably gonna make up a flyer and post it like tomorrow or some shit. I just need to get my dates and times and everything correct. And I wanna call that place and be like, why don't you respond to us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Like,
no
I
matter
don't-
what happens, I'm pretty content with what we've got.
Yeah, I mean, I'm content with just the one. It would just be so nice to do two. You know what I mean? Since we're already over there. And that one place, like that place is so pretty. But I want to go see my cousin while we're up there too.
Yeah.
That's where he lives. Yeah, I mean, it was literally like 2 whole fucking months ago we emailed him, and they never. It was like literally right after my birthday. Do you think I should message Luce and ask her?
Yeah, go for it.
Hi, pizza. Thanks for 33 months.
Crazy username.
Pizza.
All right. Now I have Aqua Affinity book, Looting 3 book, Protection 3 book.
Those are good. Yeah.
Yeah. The Protection 3 one I just found. So there's like higher
We need
levels
a
of
fucking
protection,
XP
but-
farm, like so bad.
Yeah. All right, but I'm gonna call it there. I think
I'm staying on
we
until I
got
get to level
a
30. I'm
lot
like
done.
29 and like 60%. What the fuck?
What?
Oh, there we go. When you exited the game, all the XP in my bar disappeared.
Oh no.
Holy shit. I was so mad. And then it came back. It just like server hiccuped.
Oh god.
Oh, fucking zombies.
Ooh.
Hi, J-Mooch. Thanks for 34 months. Yeah, I'm just gonna like do another like half a day of fishing or some shit.
Okay.
Get my level 30 and enchant this fucking pick.
Okay. Well. All right. I'll message you because we have to figure out a day to get together to figure out stuff for next month as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supposedly busy this Saturday, but the thing I'm supposed to do, I don't know if it's happening. So, yeah, I don't know. If not, like Wednesday, if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
I'll
this
talk-
Wednesday I'm free.
Okay. We'll probably be fine then.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right. Say goodbye to the shared chat, guys. Check your bingo cards, by the way. Bye, sharded chat. And then we will end for the evening. Yes, leave the collaboration. No one said bye to shared chat, but that's okay. I guess you guys hate shared chat. He said, fuck those chatters. Get them out of here. What is this? What is this? The Fool is playing Minecraft. Excuse me? Excuse me? All right, well, we'll go there. We'll go to the Fool. Oh my god, he's showing that fucking clip of the fucking bones on the front porch. That's just so fucking funny. All right. Join the raid, please. Say hello to the Fool. Friend of the channel. Friend of the family. Great person. A Kinetic Games partner as well. Yeah. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys later. Go hang out with him. And, yeah. Goodbye.